And so it came to pass that the time of hunting had come. And so Chad shall enjoy the satisfaction.
Hello everyone, hope you're doing good. Hey there, Cobbles and Axe. Hey there, Real Zamir. Let's share Sarah Bolt's joke of the day on the YouTube side as well. Did you know that milk is also the fastest liquid on Earth? It's pasteurized before you even see it. That was a silly one.
Wiggle.
I do like that casually wiggle. Hey, the Buffalo Because. Now, I do believe we should have Steam here ready to go. Oh. Why no music? Put on the toaster. Apparently, while I wasn't looking, there's been an update for Satisfactory. So we gotta wait for that to download.
Sign of the horns.
Hey there, Colin. Hope you're doing good. It's at 67%. And I should have probably paid more attention to that before I launched everything. So now it's fighting for like processing power to do the installings. First person equipment scale can now be set to more values, 0.5 to 2. Fix the fix-it freighter in the hub.
Hydration critical.
And there's Cinnamon win.
Shrimping streamer man.
The squat.
Time for a big stretch.
Thank you for the hydration.
Hello there.
Thank you for that. Brought my brew from my badger mug. Remember my fiasco yesterday? Yes, we released the corrected version of the schedule I questioned yesterday. Didn't even take him 24 hours. Yeah. Yeah, usually, yeah, like I was saying, people who then attack other people for like personally, in a professional setting, usually other people who themselves have no control over understanding what the frick they're doing. Lack of professionalism. Horrifying. Posture check. But I hope you're doing well, Cinnamon. Always lovely to hear from you. There we go. Can I share this? I don't think I have a good scene for this one. So we're going to hang out here for a little while. Just do like chatting. But I'm glad they got it fixed then. And hopefully that'll make you feel a little more justified. Oh. Twist. Get that core bent. Go. Oh. Then, yeah, Minna win. Good vibes only. Hey, nice one. Well done, Realsavir. That's good use of emotes. Updates at 82%. Slowly but surely getting there. Pretty sure it's downloaded everything. Now it just needs to actually install it. And with all the other software running it right now, it's not at the fastest. Oh yeah. Okay, then up back. Turns out it was full of errors. I caught one, but they made about a dozen fixes. Didn't say one word about it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had a quiet word in the back. Someone had. You know, a sensible one would have been of course a quick apology. Hey, yo, sorry, there was mistakes in the mistakes were made. We apologize. Here's the new one. You know, that's the minimum you'd expect, and that would be like acceptable for a professional environment. But many times, especially how you said that happened, sounds like the kind of people who take the wrong things to the wrong level of personally, pretty much. I mean, if you had like a wall or something to push against, that would help, but we don't. So, yeah, do it that way. Let it crack. And one more time. And when stretching, pain can be your friend. You kind of want to like lean into the pain, but only if the pain is in muscle. If you ever feel a pain in inside the actual joint or a tendon, do not lean into that pain. That is actual like danger pain. That's your body saying like, oh God, no, don't do this. Or you're gonna like lose function. You're gonna lose a limb. I dreamed that maybe one of them had a moment of self-awareness, but I doubt it. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can always hope that they learn something from this instance. But there's a big chance that all they learned was to point fingers at damn you for pointing out my mistakes. Sounds like they'd be perfect for politics. But the only crime is getting caught, and those who should be punished are the ones, who dared look. Never the ones who did something. No. I mean, look at the Panama Papers. What ended up happening? The personal life of the journalist was absolutely destroyed, and then they had a suicide. And what are we talking about? Well, this was a little reference to the good old Panama Papers. If you don't know about those, you should Google it. Big news back in the day, and was some very unprofessional stuff had happening at work for our friend here. I want to see if I don't want. It's okay to name names. So, unprofessional behavior happened in a professional environment. If you want, and Buffalo Pigs can choose if they want to share more or not. We're still waiting on the updates. It's at 98%. Fixed beams requires materials built higher than intended. Fixed log spam. I haven't had any crashes, but there have been some buggy behavior. So I'm glad about this. There we go. Now we can finally turn on the game. And the ads are happening. Oh well. It'll take a while for the game to turn on anyway. Hey, there's Akira. Hope you're doing well. Wah. Come on. I can change the scene and then we'll wait for something to maybe pop up. If nothing else, we can enjoy these sweet, sweet tunes from Mars First Logistics. Fun game with a fantastic soundtrack. There we go. So, fantastic. Because yesterday we got the things done. Now we need to connect the inputs to the supercomputer factory, which end up being the smallest one, but with a silly shenanigans done with belts. We can get that to work, and then of course need some walls, need some decorating, so we're gonna do some of that. So we properly finish the grand opening of Fruit Computers. I just chucked in some stuff via storage containers. And change this tape. Might as well go with Sanctum 2 again for a little while. Jesus. Impending doom. Doom, I say. I can't see it, so I can only assume I did actually take my meds. I behaved badly when asked for help, and topped it off by CCing the all and insulting a customer. So, yeah. Extremely unprofessional behavior. Just in general, shitty behavior. Start with that one, actually. So, shitty behavior, but done in a professional environment, so extremely unprofessional behavior. And I don't like it when people are intentionally just dumb cunts. Because it is a choice. 100%. You know, mistakes happen, but what happened there was not a mistake. That was just pure cuntum. Okay, so now I need to make a choice. Do I pull you... Alright, choice was made. We're gonna go on the... not between the foundations, but like on 1/4 foundation. There we go. So there we have the outputs, and these machines are now producing, so 1.875, 1.875 times 8. What? I must have done something very wrong with my math here. Okay then. We needed 9 or something. Let's do some more pen and paper notes here. Hannah starts the game and immediately starts doing stuff. Me starting the game, I spend half an hour trying to remember what I did, what I want to do, and what game it is. Balls on Kira, that's the benefit. That's why I try to like have multiple playing games on at the same time, but I end up getting really confused. So it's easier for me to go like just, as in Finnish we call it putki aivo, so like pipe brain. One thing at a time. And that's also why I save. You know, I save looking at what I was working on, and then I have pen and paper notes. So it's easier to get back to what I was doing. Like, oh yes. Self-explanatory projects are the best. If there's interpretation involved, I will very easily get very confused. Now, we have 8 machines. And we have her. There we go. So we need 8 times 7.5 computer. We need 60 computers to feed this thing. And we need 26 AI limiters. Which actually we are producing. I think that was a 7 actually. So 30, which we are not. We 5.625. And 420 noise plastic. And we can increase the plastic production and such easily. I mean, we are already producing that, I'm pretty sure. We can do more easy enough. I tend to write to do whenever I am an end of session. In the middle of the code, to do. In the middle of the zombie horde, to do. Yeah, very much so. It was me, and I used another piece of software since the last session. I had a few half-hour trying to remember the controls. Yeah, I mean, I had the same issue with this game, man, like Pal World. Because Pal World, you know, super fun, but it has a different set for controlling your, like, flying up and down. So I got very confused a lot. It's almost worse when it's something that has very similar but slightly different controls. Okay, I think the plan was to eventually, like, throttle down some of these producers. But I just got so carried away with making these complex belt systems. I just thought that it's neat because this one is actually completely evenly fed. See, if the inputs come through these 4, then half go that way and half go this way. Of those, half go this way, half go that way. Of these, half go this way, half go that way. So that way, each machine is getting the exact same amount. So this one is not a manifold, this is equalized, nice equal production. And I'm just very happy with how these belts and things fit so neatly between the street lights and everything. So building an actual building around this would be neat. The roof top thing, well, we can work on this. You'll get there. Trying to play modded Minecraft, 300 plus control binds in my normal amount of keyboard. Yeah, special key binds can be special. Now, let's see here. Where are you? There you are. We have one here, right? So we'll add one there. Well, these guys are all running about as fast as they can. All the inputs from here are in fact going through here. And you the plastic and the rubber is measured elsewhere. And they back up every now and then. Alright, so now we can have a closer look at these numbers. So producing around 48 computers a minute, and this math says we want 60. High-speed connectors, we're producing 32, we want 45. Now, this is, mind you, I'm just looking at the math for like how many of these, if we did them as they are with the current recipe. And yeah, obviously we can't max them out like this. Yeah, the plan was in fact to pull down the production speeds. And this was with them producing at 1.875 per minute. Where's the... There it is. So let's just look at the computers. Someone claims to go up to 48. Y'all are producing at 3.33. It can't be 48. Because there's 12 times 3.33. So 12 times 3.123 is around just below 40. Okay, so let's look at the math for making these work with just below 40 computers. In other words, we do 8 times 7.5. So that would require 60 machines, but we have just below 40. So we divide that by 40. So if we pull down the production speed to 1.5, exactly. No, that's 1. Wait, how is that math working out now? So the 8 times 7.5. It was 60. Which means 60 divided by 8, 7.5. So computer production consumption of 5 per machine. So between 1.2 and 1.3. Only I could find the math. Yeah, so I guess one of the issues here is that we could probably make it work. .875 times 6 is 11. No, ultimately we only needed nine. Alright, so the answer is, let's say 9 divided by 8. Alright, would be 1.125. What if we tried 10? Then 1.25. So we try to make 10 per minute. There we go. Then that would consume the correct amount of everything. Slightly lower on the computer side, but I can fix him. Because there's a little bit of excess. Now there. Why are you doing this, machine? Because now it's 3.334. So now we do 12 times 3.34, and that's at 40.08. Excellent. Then we need plus 3.34. Yeah, just the one. And then we should be producing more, but might as well. I mean, I have insane amounts of shards, and it doesn't exactly increase their power usage much. But it's better that they overproduce by just a tiny bit than underproduce, because of reasons we discussed before, with how the crafting happens in cycles. So then that would fix that one, and we do copy. Paste, paste, and paste. It's a funny thing if you think about it, taking notes and to do notes, because for me it's very much, it's an external, technological, pen, paper, and so on. It is, humanity has created the art of writing, of turning concepts and ideas from inside our head, from the realm, the plane of information into the physical plane. And I use that to assist me to be better. To help me with my memory, help me achieve things I normally might not be able to do. And technically, that means that I'm a technologically enhanced biological entity. It's a bit of a cyborg. So in that way, these sort of cyborg futurism has already been achieved thousands of years ago. I think that's kind of neat. The mega first, hey there, puppy. No one has ever been quite as first as the puppy himself. Hope you're doing well, friend. Yes.
The cyborg's future is here.
And we all love it. It's amazing. Nothing better than being a puppy. Puppers for the wins. It says 46, but the reality is 40. These things are very annoying. It says, we get this graph, and I like an honest actual average rather than whatever it's half-assing into. So the math says one thing, and that machine says another. Whoa. What do you use for that? I have a couple of VST plugins for voice changes. I am using a sort of free Pip-Boy add-on downloadable for the, what's it called now? the Wavelink, which is the software for the Elgato mic. So they had a downloadable sort of Pip-Boy augmenter for that like Fallout vibe, and then just messed around with the settings, and because there was they had a lot of crackles, so I removed all of that and added and left some of the effects and tweaked around and found a funny sounding one. Elgato has a lot of such stuff in their ecosystem. Yeah. I mean, considering trying to get like a more standalone one for fun vocal effects, but that one was just because it was free, because it's a sort of promotional thing for Fallout that's still in there in the ecosystem. So I used that one and just shaved off a lot of the effects I didn't want to use and just left the ones I enjoyed get that funny effect. A little bit of sound engineering. I basically just added VST plugins into OBS. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I had a lot of audio stuff happening in, like everything in OBS earlier, but that got a little confusing to figure out. And so I realized it's easier if I had a separate program to deal with all the audio stuff, and because I have Elgato hardware, so I'm using the Elgato software. But having like an Audio Central and then that one, and then the OBS can just fix up the audio. It'll be fine. Look those up. I'll send you a DM. Hey, thank you. I really do appreciate that. Very kind of you, puppy. Very kind of you indeed. Okay, so we did the math. We've done the changes to the settings for all of these now, yeah? Yeah, I pulled it all down. They're still producing now more supercomputers than we officially need. But now we need to figure out how do we get the super computers in here. Technically, we could move one of these to be on this side. Technically, we could have all of them on this side, but I kind of like the way this. The unnecessary convolution. I'm liking it quite a lot, in fact. Now I'm thinking about it. Well, there's time to experiment. No, not that one. That one. This one. Wait, no, we can't do that because then that will break the... Oh, it doesn't matter. No, yeah, that's true. Yeah, no. These machines don't care. Because I was thinking like, oh no, because then that way, then the top one will actually become the lower one and so on. And then I realized, you know what? These machines don't care. As long as the stuff gets in there. We don't care because we don't have anything sort of set up yet. And this way... Yeah, you'll be second to highest. You'll be highest. Hi there, Filter Select, and thank you for the alert. I appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely day, my friend. One up. Oh, they're all flowing in their own direction. Oh, well, that's fine. It's just an experiment anyway. Right. So it either looked like this or like that.
Have a drink on me.
Thank you, Akihiro Sugiyama, for the hydrate. I appreciate it. I should finish my brew. My tincture of sweet audio health. It's warm water, lemon juice, propolis extract, and some echinacea extract. Yum. I still haven't hooked up my audio interface. I want to connect my Roland and my chiptune synth to the OBS setup. Ooh, yeah, you're like a proper musician. You actually know what you're doing. I'm just half-assing and guessing my way through everything. Just like the rest of life. I think I'm gonna go with this design rather than this design. This design looks neat and all. Okay, how does it actually look then from like below? So you'd walk in, you look here, and you walk. Okay, that is true. This one makes better use of this space compared to this side. This all remains sort of empty and hollow, and we put this sort of like light control panel here to just, look like a neat little doodad. So that way this makes it look more industrially compact. Alright, let's give it a friend on this side. We'll see how it all works. Now we're gonna have to then, of course, remove these. Cam on as well. Because the import direction changes. There we go. Absolutely keep on using the existing belt as signs. There we go. Sent you my free voice changer setup in Discord. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Especially because free is my favorite price. One of the few things I can afford. That was reminding me I need to get in contact with my younger brother about computer stuff, because I recently learned that he's been actually doing a lot of like computer repair, like assembly for a bunch of his friends. And he actually has a lot of like old components sort of lying around, and I was thinking like, wow, I could probably make a dual PC setup using that, because it doesn't have to be better. It doesn't have to be like much better what I got, and it is old. And I know him and his friends have a lot more like higher tech stuff, so I might be able to save a lot of money for that one. Who needs the fanciest DDR5s who are like way out of my price range? But I can just get like some cheap, eventually free, old DDR4s, which is good enough, especially if I have just a second rig, which will most likely be just running Linux, and run OBS, if I can get that set up to work. Because that'll help all of this just run a little smoother. Alright, so this setup now looks a bit more like condensed compared to the other one. This one looks more sort of airy and open, and you'd see all those bits and bobs flying around with the belts. which is what I kind of enjoyed about this whole silly setup. This one, you still see them moving, but it's a little less, but it's a bit more compact, and most importantly, ooh, I feel that, see, running in here, all of this is sort of very open, not necessarily a bad thing, but this sort of compactness we see here makes this feel more like the sort of maintenance shaft vibe I was hoping for here. That little, making the space a little bit more cramped feels potentially better to me, at least. Plus, then we don't have the elevators clipping through the walls here, which means we can turn more of the walls into windows. I've heard it said that tiny old Mac Minis are champ streaming PCs. Ooh. I can see that, yeah. Oh, nice. I'm putting off setting up a dedicated streaming/media PC, but hopefully my mental health slouch is over and I can get back to work on becoming my very famous, rich, and handsome. I wish you all the best. Makes total sense. I just assume those machines come with a decent hardware encoding. Yeah? Yeah, makes sense. I'm also doing my best. Not the most efficient, not the greatest work. I do what I can with what I got, and what I got is a buttload of a cartload of baggage and mental trauma. Download more RAM. I think Sekir's got a point. Should download it all the way. Suck it out of them internet tubes. If you suck hard enough, it'll get rammed in there. And by the way, the interfaces of the VSC plugins may look intimidating, but you can get really creative. Just twiddle some knobs and see how it changes. Ooh, thank you. We'll have to check into that. Because I did spend like a few days earlier on in my streaming career getting my audio thing set up and looking into all of that. Of course, everything I learned by then has sort of been forgotten already. Because once I get a decent setup going, then it's going to sort of fire and forget. Like, oh yeah, cool, this works. Don't touch it. I still have 1,000 CD-ROMs of full of additional RAM from the 90s. From the 90s. The data center crisis is solved. Nice. At least you got some nice RAM. All I got is floppy disks. And you know what the biggest problem with floppy disks is? There's no readers left. They all burnt them. They all got destroyed in the great floppy fire of 1984. Sorry, 1994. My bad. Now it's CD-ROMs all the way down. And now even the ROMs are threatened. What do they do when they can only? What can you do now? You know, he can't burn any ROMs. Can't even get any decent ROM-coms. It's all gone. All ruined. Very tragic. Very tragic indeed. All we have now, no more ROM, no more CD-ROMs, no more ROM-coms. Barely any Blu-rays. All we have now is, instead of those romantic comedies, all we have left is existential horror. It's not a good trade. Yeah, Well, I'm very okay with this. I keep all my RAM on 9-track reel-to-reel tapes. That's nice. It's safe. 7 gigabytes. Jesus Christ. What do you think? 7 gigabytes. That's in 1000 CD ROM toning 7 gigabytes. Jesus, what kind of like madness do you think that is, Sankira? That's more like 10,000, 100,000. No. Back in the day, we measured sizes in megabytes. None of this giga nonsense. And none of these terrible terrors. Saw a guy beating Factorio from floppy disks last night. There are several thousand floppies from AOL because they still have their free internet disks sitting in a warehouse. Spent weeks formatting and copying them all. Yeah? Nice. And Factorio, I could imagine working that way because Factorio is one of the beautiful rarities in games nowadays. It's still made by actual engineers who care about their trade. I mean, okay, though, that is unfair. Most of the engineers and developers in games do still care about their trade. It's more like management doesn't. They're like, no, you use these cheap shit tools we got you. Oh, no, but they won't get the job done. I don't care. You will use these because this is what you... We made a contract with the producer and whatnot. Now everyone has to use these tools, even though they're not the best, because they can be very handy in like specific scenarios. And the Victoria dudes were like, no, we can do it the hard way. Why? Because we're nerds. No, because we're autistic nerds and it's the only way we know. I'm like, ah yes, my people. Let the tism flow freely. Enjoy the power. Or if you don't stop working till the numbers get right. Close enough ain't good enough. I mean, saying that out loud gave me some weird flashbacks from growing up and things, and like, no shit my dad used to say. And because I used to be, I still am, but I can be very specific about getting things just right, you know. Half a millimeter off is half a millimeter off. If you can measure it and it's off, it's wrong. You gotta keep on like fiddling until it gets just right. And my dad just says, so I was like, yeah, calm down, son. You're not gonna shoot with it, because that's like the Finnish saying for like, it's not that close, Ei siellä ammuta. Like, so don't worry about it. It's not like you're gonna shoot with it. So I was just wondering, like, well, because there's a lot of people here from different countries and cultures. So, what kind of sayings do you have around there for where you want to tell them to calm down? It's close enough. Close enough is good enough, Because in Finnish there's the ei sillä ammuta. No, you're not gonna shoot with it. So it doesn't need to be that exact. $1,000 floppies is 1.44 gigabytes. Oh, it is? Damn. Nice. It's not a real floppy if you can't use a hole punch to make it double-sided. Or unwrite protect it with a bit of tape. Yeah. Hey there, Phasma. Victoria works so because almost the full game sits in RAM after starting. The only data that's getting streamed and on demand is sound. So you have to insert disk 684 when you build something that has a new sound. Nice. Victoria guy's actually from Math University. Engineers are dropouts from there. I don't know. I guess that's the difference between pure theoretical math and applied math. I remember my cousin calling the newfangled 3.5-inch discs stiffies because they weren't floppy at all. Nice. US has a close enough for government work. Nice. It's fun saying. That is still, obviously, I'd say still being applied, but I would also argue that it is no longer true. Even government work needs to be more precise nowadays. Well, the workers there, you know, they can't get with the time, so they do their best, and now they're trying to offload it all to AI, and that's leading to some silly shenanigans. Nothing better than, you know, your government going like, you know what, I can't bother to do my work. I'm gonna let's let ChatGPT run the country and make plans. Almost as silly as basing your, you know, economic plans on projections that are outdated, and when they were made, and are based on information that was in fact also a projection, which turned out to be wrong. So wrong projections based on wrong projections. Looking at my own country right now. Hey there, Mad Design. Welcome in. Raiders, how you doing? What are we up to? Hey, some more Satisfactory. Nice. Hope it's going well. How is your factory growing, my friend? I hope it is growing nice and strong. And whatever project you're working on, it's working out neatly. Well, hello there, Mad Design. There we go. Trying to keep this one sort of like evenly distributed and just everything as visual as possible. We're gonna be adding then, yeah, the walls soon enough. There. In Czech we have Karl's University. That has Mathematical Physical Faculty. They're at the top of the top. Then we have the CTU, which is for engineers. And with VSC, which is for management and economists. There's a hierarchy of universities over there. I approve of this hierarchy. Except the management and economists should probably be further down. There's too many managers who are being. I mean, like I've said it before. The problem isn't like bad managers. The problem is hyper specialized managers. Everyone coming from a management university. They've never done anything except managing. And they do it by the book, and they learn in the school, you know, number must go up. You must optimize the number, right? Better number is better, is gooder. And these are the type of managers who are very important in a management structure, but the problem is they're all that now. And a hyper specialized management structure leads to the whole concept of a managerial structure just sort of like collapsing in on itself, because the idea is to have multiple voices who will then have multiple opinions and multiple specializations, and then they work together to find the optimal solution. But if they all agree, it's all like everyone's being yes men to each other and then playing a very different game from everyone else. But hey, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know me, hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, who has lately been just ridiculously addicted to the joys of factory and automation games. Played through Factorio not too long ago, then we did some Dyson Sphere program, and now we are here hunting down our satisfaction. Phase 5 is taking forever because I can finally have hover packs and all the tools, so I'm building, well, buildings. We're going for this sort of like straight blocky vibe here with the fruit computers. We have a larger cathedral / barn, plastic rubber factory there. Enjoying the nuclear power cycle. It's all coming together nicely, a little slowly, but nicely. And enjoying the fact that we have these new decorative pieces, like fans and kit bashing. Good old AC units. Solar powered ones. Looking good, thank you. Going well. Getting the train rails done around the aluminum facility. What's happening over here? Hey, nice. This is the supercomputer machines. These make crystal oscillators and then computers. This one makes high-speed connectors. This one makes circuit boards. That one makes copper ingots, and here we turn them into copper sheets. And we turn those copper sheets and silica into the chips. Here we have had importing issues, but they should be fixed now. Yeah, fantastic. Because it all started with us unlocking the recipe for quartz purification. So we raw quartz using nitric acid, we turn that into quartz crystal and dissolved silica. And the dissolved silica gets sent here and turned to, you know, silica. You got water issues again? Why is the math not mathing? The math says this shouldn't be able to happen. It keeps on happening. I've got like valves everywhere to make sure everything flows in exactly the correct direction. And yet, that keeps happening. Yeah, I even told give this one how to increase the flow rate, but it won't increase. Even though at 80 exactly, it should be exactly where it works the way it needs to, but it just won't. And these guys aren't working because they're like full of water. Oh wait, are you? Did I just identify the problem because these guys can't pump it all up because they're trying to pump too fast? No, but even then it should work because there's a freaking buffer up there. So what if we put a buffer down here then, eh? Let's try. I can probably make it work there. Good old pipes doing pipe things. I know, right? Heckin' pipes. And good, thank you. At the bottom already? How much further can they go off the list? Please, for management. Yep, exactly. I'm not sure that's fair to economists, the ones I've known were super smart and use kind of math I didn't know existed. I mean, yeah, they're all, and that's the problem, is that they are all super smart. They're really good at what they do. But like I said, the problem is the hyper-specialization. Economists are also, yes, very important and valuable and amazing. So many ways. Which part of this is invalid now? I has the confusion. Alright, well that's fine then. You know what? That's fine. Look, if you know it's if you can't see it, it can't hurt you. The answer is always just don't look at it, and it's a-okay. You know what? It's fine. It's a little weird. But a good old don't look at it. And it's fine. So this way, the buffer should now always have water. Which means this thing can always keep doing its thing. Even if these, you know, turn off for a little bit. Because I was thinking that might be causing the stutter in the flow. Because they'll make too much, then they'll turn off because their outputs are full. So now when these stutter, this guy will get to work. And just to make sure that the water doesn't flow from here back into there, which I think it shouldn't, but just in case, we'll have a valve pointing that way. So the valve water can't flow back into the machines. He'll just go into here and then there, and yeah. And that'll hopefully fix that issue. Nothing wrong with the little bend in the pipe. Some of them prefer it that way. It's true. Anyway, because I'm not a pretty girl, I have to go do some work. Lurk, hey, thank you, Sakira, for hanging out. I enjoy your Lurk. And you, and I bet you know you're very pretty in your own way. Maybe one day you can be a pretty girl like me and entertain people on the internet, playing with myself. Ha. Tee hee. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we were just looking at these things. Yeah, so these are making the silica. These guys are making acid, but they were making a little bit in excess, but that's fine. They're supposed to. Oh, beautiful. Excellent. This also then solves another question I've been having, which is like, should I have an extra buffer in between the fluid freight platform and the acid production? And apparently the answer is yes. The question is, can I fit an industrial level one? Because this is the kind of buffer I want to be as big as possible, because the usage of the gas will be constant, whereas the new inputs are staggered. So the faster I can get the gas out, the better. There we go. Organization, yes, and the industrial-sized buffet. It's pronounced bouquet. Whatever you say, Mrs. Bucket. And I also, on this run, it was my first sort of run playing Satisfactory on stream, and one of the things I really enjoyed is just discovering the whole joy of, you know, okay, someone's gonna see what I do, so now I spend even more time worrying about the aesthetics, and I've just found that immensely rewarding and pleasing. Speaking of kit bashing, anyone see the new kit bash ships in the latest C-Beams devlog? Oh, my hopes are high. Oh, the C-Beams, man, Buffalo, because that looks so cool. That looks very promising. I'm trying to keep my hopes low, because I realize whenever I get too excited about something, I inevitably end up getting, well, disappointed. So I try to focus on magic, low expectations. And then finish VSC on your knees. If okay, I'm not gonna finish that one, and you can probably do the same with the CTU too. They're like those stuff on Earth not sell themselves. Just HR to go to chemical, go to chemical university. I mean, chemistry is super cool though. Chemistry is really cool. But man, hope you have a great stream. But thank you for hanging out, Mad Design. Thank you for the raid, and I hope you have a good one as well. And yeah, have a good one, friend. I wonder how I should. I mean, we have a lot of empty space here. So what if? God dang it, wrong button. Why don't I have a gun out when I need my coffee? Then again, quick question. Does the game ever specify the standard issue cup melee range? I love that little, like, you know, definition of melee range. But it's true. Though I guess cups could also work as throwing weapons. Now you function perfectly as you are, so we're gonna fuck with that one. We look at the industrial-sized buffet, and we look here. Now, if we do this way, because there's stairs, I was wondering, like, can I make... You might have guessed it, yes, put some catwalks there. Then the pipe would come from here to here, go around here, and then in there. And then the output goes, I don't know, around the bend, goes down, and reconnects right about there. Actually, it's pretty close to where that is, so that would work. Some clipping through these beams, but with the pipe, I'm usually more okay with that. Yeah. Let's see. Good old catwalks. I love my catwalks. Also, I love having the hover pack so I can put down my catwalks wherever I need to, but it means a touch pointless in many ways. But in the immortal words of Marge Simpson, I just think they're neat. Another thing I'm learning to, still doing my best, and I try to like proselytize to everyone the value of doing things that are neat. But I will admit, it's also a thing that I am also still trying to learn, to appreciate the neatness of things, to just, enjoy ourselves. We only live once. There's no need to be trying to, sort of, eternally please others and so on. If you think something is neat, it's okay to think it's neat. Heck, I'd argue it's beyond preferable, desirable in many ways. Why did I do that? Oh, nice, because I was supposed to do that. And then that, so the thing can still run. But now this thing should be emptying faster, which means it can then be filled faster as well. Not fully following how gases work as liquids, because the liquids I understand with them having a flow and everything. But will gases just equalize along the entire system? Like, are these pumps? Is this thing trying to suck some gas into it? Or will it now allow gas to go from here into there and then out? No, because those are the input holes. Yeah, so these are the... Okay, so this thing is actively emptying itself. Gas is the same, but without the head lift. Yeah, that is very true, Memex. Yes, I understand that sort of like theoretically, but practically it's a little... Gases work as liquids, but you don't need pumps. Yeah, that's true, Nukebon. But it's just... Maybe it's because of my playing Stationeers, because Stationeers has very distinct phase changes between the materials, which you can then use to your benefit, like for making your own air conditioning systems, where you increase the pressure so it gets hotter, and then you cool it down, a gas, and then you release the pressure, then it will condense back into a liquid, and that way, you can do a cooling system and also turn volatile gases into volatile liquids. Use that process further to turn them in. You can kind of turn them into solids, but you don't want to do it that way, because then your pipes will burst. Plus, then gas and liquid pipes are separate things, and they don't like having the wrong kind of material inside. And when pipes burst, then things explode. Man, I haven't played Stationeers in a long time, and I want to get back to it. Especially since I last played, they added the new liquids update, and that thing is... Well, gets me all excited. Hey there, 2Bub Games. Hope you're doing well. But maybe that's the thing, yeah, because I can sort of like visualize liquids in my head sort of flowing from point A to point B. But now also like just looking at this, I'm sort of like wondering like, okay, so now if this thing is outputting the gas, because this thing has clear input and output holes. And I'm sort of realizing I don't fully understand, I haven't really thought about how liquids work in this game. See, it has, sometimes it gets a negative, and sometimes a positive. So these are just inline in the... So are you saying... that if I try to do something silly like this... Okay, we'll first do that one there, so we can use the control... You know what? Fine. It's an experiment anyway. Do that. Okay then. I'm not even gonna look at chat because some of you might be pointing out that it might be possible, might not be possible, so I want to do my own experiment first. So there. So now this thing should be able to pump gas into here. And eventually, it'll also then pump gas into here. But this output cannot pump your gas into here. So now half of this thing's potential, so 600 in theory can be pumped into here, and 600 down there. And that way this thing should drain faster. And once it's fully, which means that the next train can refill it faster, because I'm pretty sure this one has the same issue as the quartz ones, where we need to add extra buffers. So this thing might have already solved the issue, but then we added an extra importer, which just makes sure that there's always quartz now. So these guys are theoretically always running. So this way, this thing drains faster. The next train bringing in gas will always be, should be, then hopefully be able to put the gas in there. Part of it goes here. And it should be hopefully inline, so it can both import and output from the same hole. So pressure increases until this stuff is allowed to go through there, and then pressure goes through here again. Stationeers. I'm intrigued by that game. I'd be interested in watching you play that. Ooh, 2 games. Yeah, well, I mean... On the YouTube, you have my VOD from my playthrough. My playthroughs, because I played it permadeath. Is that when my character died, I had to live with it and like start a new save. And then my latest save was on Europa, and because first I was on the moon for a while, I died a couple of times there, and then I died like 3 times on Europa. And then I sort of just ended up playing other things. So I was having a fun time. I never got to rockets. I got some automated farming. I love the fact it has an in-game coding that is based on MIPS, like an actual coding language. And it is... but then since the last time I played, they put a new update that has more gas, like more gases and complexity. And I'm thinking I could probably launch my old save, but the base I built might explode because of the setups we did there. And which worked with the old system. With the new system, they might not. And I was thinking about trying a different planet anyway, because Europa is super cool, but it has, like, some of you might get that joke. Because it is very cold. Very, very cold. That is the challenge there. It's super cold. But you have infinite oxygen, because there's an oxygen in the atmosphere. But you can't take off your helmet to breathe the oxygen, because it's so cold you freeze your lungs and die. So it has different kinds of like challenges and benefits. So I was thinking next time I'd try a planet that is like extremely hot. There's one called Vulcan, I think. And I was thinking of trying to go there. Okay, so you see now this was the idea. See, the next train came already with more gas. So now while this thing can no longer pump stuff out, you should be able to be then feeding into these machines. So that might have been enough. I mean, you have enough to work, so that's good. I might have fixed it. Yeah, because see, in this one, it's just a little confusing, because I was so... Oh, yeah, the drain rate is more than 1,000, so those two 600 pipes are definitely getting the job done. They just don't have enough time to actually drain it before the previous gas tank game. So yes, sometimes, yeah, they'll be staggered in a less than ideal way like that. So yeah, the drain rate is approaching 1,200, which would be two maxed out pipes. And you... Actually, you're like halfway already. Excellent. But yeah, so my stationary squads are... I'm pretty proud of them. I mean, of course, I should probably at some point start to get my shit together and learn the noble art of video editing and try to cut them into a more sensible thing than just your live VODs. But they do have a beginner's first steps into the game, mistakes that can happen, how you can get yourself killed, and me, trying to narrate as I learn, and then eventually get into coding and so on within the game. Because at this point I have some pre-made codes, including some really cool stuff like using the actual math of the universal, the ideal gas law and so on. I can love it. In order to make sure that because gas and liquids at different temperatures have different volumes, of course, different densities. So then you use actual real-world math, real-world, physics and chemistry, which is what the basis the game uses, to make sure that when you mix things at different temperatures with the different densities, they'll still end up in the perfect ratio for doing things like making fuel with an oxidizer or so on. And it's just fantastic. And now we can do even more stuff, even more complexity. They even added toilets. You gotta love it. You gotta love a game that makes you makes you give a shit. Yeah. Definitely need to get back to that one. It's just a shit. And I will agree that for some people, they have some difficulties with the game purely for its graphical things, because it's such essentially a serious game, but the surfaces can look very plastic. And I remember having this discussion with I think it was, I want to say Killadrix, might have been. Yeah, because he was talking about how he has some difficulty, like he loves watching, like enjoys watching the game, but he has has a lot of difficulty like playing the game and kind of like taking it seriously because of the graphics and how it feels so like toy-like and plastic in that way. And I totally get that. I think we're gonna do... Oh, this was not in the plans, but I think, unless this was also another piece that was designed by a monster, I might be able to pull this one off. it's one of those things where I've actually been the first time I've honestly started considering like I'd have to take that I need to take a closer look at how does one make like graphical mods, because after it was pointed out, I sort of like started noticing it in Stationeers, and I'm thinking like, man, that is actually true. It does have a very sort of like shiny plastic vibe to many of the surfaces, and I was thinking like, oh, I mean, all you need to do really is add a little bit of grit to all the surfaces, just a texture mod pretty much, and that would sort of solve it, I think. Hilarious. Okay, I need to go back into it apparently. Thinking of Outworld Station, not Stationeers. Never mind. yeah, I mean, it is pretty hilarious, but it does have your whole complexity of food, the survival, like full survival aspects of food and drink. So the toilets are and hygiene. So it is a natural sort of evolution in that one. But it was just funny because I remember seeing like the patch notes, like, hey, here's a new update, new patch, and what everyone's been waiting for, a toilet. And I was like, oh man, that's hilarious, but also a fun challenge because it is the game where you have to build your own pipe network, pull your own wiring, figure out your own like logic cables. So then I was just thinking about it. I'm thinking, oh man, I hope the toilet is and there's like wonderfully complex. Like I have to actually worry about how do I pull my plumbing to make this work. That's what I want. That's what I want from that game. Okay, you're at less that full. You are heading that way. It's so easy to blow everything up in that game, from what I've seen. Oh, it is. It's 100%. Like, I remember at one point, I just, without realizing it, I had melted some volatiles ice. And volatiles I think nowadays it actually has a name. They've like decided what chemical it really is. But it was, could you combine volatiles with oxygen, for example, to make fuel, which is like a prehydrated, a fuel you can burn even in a vacuum because it has its own oxidizer. But some of that had melted in my large like enclosed factory space. It was not in any harmful amounts. Nothing was really harmed, but it was there. So when I turned on my machine, which welds stuff together, well, that put a spark in that air, in the atmosphere that was mostly oxygen with a little bit of volatiles. So I ignited the entire atmosphere inside my base. It was wonderful, and it happened more than once until I found the culprit of where that volatile ice melting kept on happening. And it was hilarious. But thankfully, I had like good armor, I had good suit on and everything, so I didn't die. A lot of things broke, and I think there was a large explosion. And then, but when the large explosion happened, then at my sort of smelting facility, because at this point I was then designing my bases to be sort of enclosed areas, separated by walls and things, because there will be explosions. You're gonna mess something up, and if it but when it happens, I just found that it was a safe idea to have a good idea to have a sort of what's the word now? A backup, I mean, this is what they do in ships. Why ships have like bulkheads, so on. Gotta jump. Thanks for the coffee walk. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Virkuli. Always lovely to see you around. Hope you have a good one. But yeah, effectively, bulkheads were just super handy to have. So that if the explosion happens in one part of the base, it might not like ruin everything, because your furnace might explode. But at least, hopefully, it won't take up your food production, or your water production, or your sort of livable spaces, because you need a space where you can take off your suit, because eventually your hygiene becomes a problem and so on. So you need to be able to take your stuff off. Plus, of course, it's very difficult to eat with your helmet on. So if you don't have a safe space, you can't eat. And if you can't eat, you starve. I think I'm gonna just do that. Yeah. Then we do that. That way we don't have to cut off the power from anything. So now there's just a secret sort of secret power pole inside the beam, and it will be fine. Actually, we can then, at that point, we can probably do this now, can't we? See if we can reconnect you to... Yeah, the power B pole was connected to that one. Now, we can get rid of you. Nothing broke. Then we put that cross beam back because it fits just beautifully and perfectly in that middle bit. Like, look at that. It's almost like they designed it. But some might argue that they did. And now you are running low. And you're bringing in the gas. And you're... Okay, fantastic. So, yes. Now we've been hanging around for long enough for a gas train to come. And that one had run out, but this buffer means that we can then have... Because otherwise this gas might still be in there. And now would no longer be flowing into the pipes because they stop working completely when they're doing their filling and refilling. What the frickety frack is this? Oh. I see. Good computers. Next station is... Turn off the self-driving. Yeah, it has gone to the stations in the wrong order because my nitrogen gas station has the ability to put in 2 of these. Is there a way to... Oh, thank God. So now it's just empty. And now, please, the next stop should be turn on self-driving, the quartz pickup. He goes there, then he picks up the quartz, then he comes and picks up the gas, then he comes here, dumps them both off. There we go. Because the quartz has only 1 loading station and 1 empty station. The gas pickup has 2 loading stations, but it won't load into a cart that already has something in it. So that's why the order matters. Now, yeah. You see again, it is being unloaded at... drained at around 1200. This thing keeps on filling up, and it should be able to keep all of this going. Not the biggest fan of that, those two clipping into each other, but we're gonna let them be for now, because I have a feeling I might need to add a second one. Just for safety's sake. And now if we look at these. Yeah, even the ones further back are full of the gas, so the gas is working. If you're low on water, I'll be upset. You are, yes. Okay, so with what we learned from these, maybe we can figure this one out. See, because this one... is being filled up. This one... has a nice high flow rate. The water should be flowing here. You see, these guys are... That's got a nice high flow rate. You have a surprisingly low flow rate. You are full of water, but has a acceptable-ish flow rate. You see, the valve limit is being ignored all the time, and I hate it. You can go back to 80.3 now. Why does the flow rate ignore my settings? And now we go above my maximum flow rate. The valves aren't valving. Is this a bug, or am I doing something like so desperately wrong? See, then we put 81, and it goes to 80.3 eventually. reconnect the pipes into and out of the valve. Might be it. No, because it has a flow rate. So we can max it out, and it goes up all the way up to 600. So the water is flowing through, but it won't go to the number I tell it to. So 81 M3 becomes eventually 80.3. And I just find it confusing, like why? But even with that though, when I put valve above the existing pipe, some extra amount of pipe which stays inside the valve from both ends. Okay, let's try then again. So will the flow rate now go to... Okay, this one remains full of water. A 0.3. And if we lift this one to 82 cubic meters a minute, remains at 80.3. Changes that. To 83. And now jumps up not to 83, but 85. So the valve ain't valving. But 80.3 is better than 85. Because that's like the exact number that we need. You guys are full, so you're doing just fine. You keep on having too little water. It's classic piping issues, lol. They exist in this game to make you insane. It certainly seems that way. Certainly seems that way. Because each one of these outputs 80 per minute and inputs 100 per minute, right? So it's 20 per machine that we need. We got 5 machines. Wait, what? 5 machines. For real? What the? I remember, okay, I've done this math wrong now 3 times. Why am I stuck? Okay, first we'll pump in some extra just so we can fill up the buffer there. I thought I fixed this math. $100 is the real answer of what we needed. Okay, yeah, obviously because we're pumping in 80, so that's why it kept on not working perfectly, because for some reason I kept on doing the math assuming I had 4 machines when we have 99.2. Oh, you bastard! We can't have that. It's better if it's slightly too much than a little too low. Oh no, it's gonna be one of these. Because if it's too much, then eventually the entire buffer and pipe network will be filled up. And there's too much. 3.9 in excess. I was thinking, well, I can try to make this guy consume a little more, but then if you make him consume more, they also produce more. And I can't be bothered with me doing that math. So now you are kind of working. Alright, let's just max it out again for a little while. Wait for the buffer to fill up. Okay, the coffee is gone and the broth, the brew is gone. It's not broth, it's tincture. Now we'll switch on over to some sweet delicious tea. After maxing out, try to set the valve to 101 or 102. Won't be the 99.2 issues. Yeah, we'll try. Okay, fill rate is maxed out. Drain rate is very high as well. Yeah, so I have to wait for the water to like start filling up here again. I'm pretty sure we're just waiting for all of these to fill up. And the pipes. So you're full. You're full. You're full. Your outputs are full. Now you're... Alright, now you're doing it. Pull you down to 101. Oh no, that's fine. Create a couple of segments. Good flow. They're all working. There you go. So now your output should have all the space they need. But the inside, the input side is kind of heavy. Now this thing should be then getting to where it needs to be. Okay. Keeps going down every now and then, but that's fine because these pipes are full. Okay, so now we have a kind of theoretical lower pressure on this side. Your flow rate keeps on being high as shit. Your flow rate keeps on going down, so I'm assuming this one then gets sort of priority over that one. You being full is okay. Ah, hell, well, I guess we'll just have to do this. Check on the silicon. Because we're getting nowhere by just fiddling around with that one, and the question is just that will it grind to a halt again if I just leave it? Because it shouldn't, because now they should be pumping in slightly less water. And the input side being sort of like awful is fine. As long as the output side has... still has the ability to, well, output. Now if we look at these guys, so we got these things set up. We changed the belts a little bit. And now we need to figure out the actual inputs. Now these we put in here for... Sort of funsies, is just see the machine run. And now we need to figure out how do we get the stuff here. The plan is to bring them up top and then down from there. Which means we need to figure out a roof height. Now we could do it here. Yeah, let's go with that. A little bit of just looking and oogling and trying to figure out. Alright. I don't think we need these. There we go. What kind of building are we going to make here, eh? So one of the things was I was going to use a lot of glass here. Now, I guess for consistency's sake, we should still have the big metal pillars on the corners. There we go. And there we heckin' go. Now, part of me was thinking that we have this extra space, so what if we actually do bring it further down? And we have either angled walls or we do some silly things with windows. So we could bring the windows a little this way. There we go. Doesn't look like they'd clip through each other. close. But nothing too bad. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with that one. Because we don't need... Because there's a lot of like squares and boxes here. And we don't need that many boxes. There's enough brick housing going on. Might even go for a more pyramid-like structure. Let's move this. Yeah. Okay, so angled roofs from all directions or only from these two. I think only these two pretty much, because then the building would be it has a direct like flow with the catwalk and then the belts and everything. So I think it might be a good idea to respect that flow. Now it's 3. Like design wise, we go here and we do these. Yeah. Oh, that one actually has that extra space on the back. Well, that's what we measure. Measure not even once and cut 32 times. That's how it goes, right? Never measure, only cut. If first cut fails, that just means you get to cut again. Because who doesn't like a good little cutting? Now this is if we want to make it a proper symmetrical one. And okay, we're doing a lot of symmetry in here, so yeah, let's go for full symmetry. I like breaking symmetry, but I also very much enjoy symmetry. It's one of those things, you know, you gotta know when you gotta know the rules too, so you can figure out when to break the rules for maximum effect. A bit like Picasso. I love the fact that there's a lot of people who like just look down on Picasso's work because they've only seen his like later work and think like, man, I could do that. It's like, no, no one can paint like Picasso. It's just what he did for a deep and serious point. And if you see his earlier work, then you realize that yes, he's in fact an extremely talented, very classically trained artist. His early work is just, well, good. And his later work went into like just, you know, meta art, if you will. I mean, I guess that's one of the cool things about him as well. Because, you know, by the end he did art for art's sake, and rather than, you know, trying to appease an audience, do what the customer wanted, if you will, he did like art for artists, which is like difficult to understand. But then when you like read into it a little bit, read his. What he did, and it's sort of like trying to understand why he did and why he did what he did and so on. Then, at least for me, I got a lot more of appreciation for his work. Just sort of realizing like, okay, cool, that actually is very fascinating. Trying to really like discover what is the essence of art. To relearn to draw like a child. Rather than as a classically educated one, because as a classically educated artist, well, you do, you know, art correctly, the way it's sort of supposed to be done, and that means your creativity ends up being sort of limited, you know. It's one of those, yeah, and that's why I sort of wondering how I got here, and yeah, and that's why there's No, the good saying of I do believe it is actually Picasso's saying, isn't it? No, you have to first you have to learn the rules, so you can then learn how to break them correctly. So it's not just one of those well, if you half-ass enough art, it'll be cool. You can do Picasso's stuff if you just never learn how to paint right. But no, you can't. Not really. But yeah, actually, because there was always a point to what I did, even if the point was no point. Chaos for chaos' sake, but chaos with deep understanding of why chaos in this instance, in this specific instance. I guess it's one of those things where we can then look at games and other creative arts right now that are happening all over the place. There's so much of the look at game sequels. There's game sequels out there which are on the surface sort of mechanically more of the same, right? And yet they feel soulless. They don't really work because it's designed by committee rather than a actual creative and designer artist, someone who understands the game and wants to make really cool version of game X. Whereas then now it's designed by committee. Well, the what are they called when they ask people the focus questionnaires? They say that people need more of this. We need you to make this game. It has all this open world trading, monster crafting, animal hunting, the everything game. Because the focus groups want this, yes. And honestly, then it took someone who just half-assed it all together just right. Known as Pocket Pair making Pal World. I love Pal World because it is, in many ways, a shitty game. Bad, but poorly made, optimized. There's so many just jankily added assets, and it's just a delight because it doesn't have the pretentiousness of large studio games who just make bad shit and then they try to be so cool. Yeah, we're hip with the kids. Look at all these purple and blue hairs. You like this shit, don't you, kids? Here's your money. And Pocket Pair made Pal World, they're hey, we just want fun. So we made a game about fun. Which is good, because it ended up being pretty fun. At least in my opinion. I kind of like that more. See the window meeting the lower half of the foundation rather than the upper half. Because with the upper half, then we're left with this sticking down from there. Whereas with this one, it's more flush with the actual roof. And especially because we're going to have stuff happening on top of the roof anyway. So we can then have a 1 meter wall. And give it that avocado trim. And then on top of this, railing. And then we should be, okay, it'll be off by 1 meter, so we have to do some slight shenanigans, but nothing too insane, to make sure that the player can then get from here to the catwalk levels. Because nowadays, that catwalk and these will be off by 1 meter, and there is no 1 meter shift between catwalks. But we can do a piece of stairs. Heck, we could do that one here. We'll leave it. We'll make one piece of stairs here, if for no other reason than as a good old placeholder. And we do the 1 meter stairs. Come on, you silly goober. There you go. And then we do these. We do here. Hey there, Morty and Aerodynus. Hope you're doing well. Lovely seeing you around again, my friend. Now let us see, we find from here the materials. And under the materials we find, yes, the coated concrete. And then we are then our plans. Yes, they are quite concrete, now aren't they? I should be able to place an industrial railing here. Actually, do I want an industrial? I do. I think I do. Please. Oh, and thank you again for a few days ago. Again, letting me know about the G for the filter, because that has made customizing as well easier. See, we can just nothing else is getting painted except the one I press the G for to customize that specific thing. Now can I have nice avocado railings. Wait, how did that actually work with, say, the Catty McCat walk? Now let's do. You know, with the green like that. Just try slapping together a cheat sheet of these shortcuts. Yeah. But that won't work because now these are not working the way I wanted them to. No, it's the clipping here that is a mild issue, but we can fix that. We can fix them using the magic of beans. Yeah, a cheat sheet for these would be very handy, but then again, you know, would also be handy if I would actually read all the cheat sheet just right there, where it says dismantle filter. Press G. It's remarkable how much you can learn if you actually read the documentation. Okay, so that would work. Except I think I would prefer them here. Oh, nice. Nah, okay, that looks fun, but I like the catwalks being separately colored from walkers. You know, if too much of one thing becomes, well, too much. And in this way, the catwalks are more like clearly visually distinct from the structures themselves. So they work as, you know, accents as well. Ooh, if only we could, but alas, we cannot. So, don't worry about it. There. Catwalk connection there. Across all these buildings. And also here. To the Super Pooper computer facility. We'll break you down and change you out to that one. Now these look fun, but the modern railings are also nice. Well, we'll look into that once we get there. Clint Eastwood had a nice monologue about reading instructions in Space Cowboys. Ooh. Don't get me started about reading documentation. I know, right? Reading documentation. Everyone says, just read the documentation. Read the goddamn documentation. But it also, there's so many problems that I've had that I could be solved by reading the goddamn documentation. And in case you missed the joke, yes, because I'm also one of those people who just tells people, like, have you just read the documentation. And then I also still fail at reading the documentation myself. More than I would like to admit. Now, true friendship. Documentation is magic. There we go. So now, hopefully... Okay, I'm gonna leave all this placeholder with those holes put down. I'm just hoping to be able to connect from there straight down into the pre... Actually, yes, let's try it out. If we do this, and we do that. And the machine says no. Ah, that's why. Let's try it again. Got. We heard it click. There we go. It clicked in. Might want to add some roof lights. Oh, and also... Shit. Oh well. They need to be moved anyway. So these are the new placeholders for when we eventually get around. To dealing with that. There we go. Documentation is magic. And I don't believe in magic. That's a good one. Oh, I like that one. Documentation is magic. I don't believe in magic. That's the work of the devil. Just like friendship. Oh, that was so funny. I almost peed myself. That's also because I really should be sensible and just go and have a break. Go to the toilet. But the building, it's got me in its clutches. I need to put down safety railings. Toilets are for the weak. Yes, I'm fully aware I might have a bit of a problem. More than a few, in fact. Biology is inefficient, it's very true. I should become, a proper hardcore, a proper gamer, real streamer, and just get a catheter installed, just like, who needs, there's no time for the toilet. Just plug me in. We'll do that again. There. Now they're connected. Correctly, hopefully at least. There we go. And with this, we can then get rid of all of this. Now see a Proto Mechanic come in, fix it. Yeah. Yeah. Because, unlike me and my weak flesh body, the Pioneer, she can build a toilet, but she never uses it. She only eats, in theory. Mostly she inhales things to fix her weak flesh bits. Yeah, she is totally part machine, part efficiency. The Pioneer. Yeah. Part machine, part employee, all efficiency. The Pioneer. Here to save the day. At least that's what Ada hopes. Your hunger, thirst, etc. to this game would be insanity-inducing. It would be pretty funny. I was thinking like, okay, but you can do that with a mod easy enough. You just add a timer, pretty much. When you eat, timer goes up. Timer goes all the way down, you die. But then you respawn back anyway, and it ends up being a mild annoyance. But you could, do that and then try to balance it out somehow by having a what's the word now? Oh yeah, then you need a mod in some more machines, pretty much, because you do need to then automate that food production. That's the nature of the game. Otherwise, you're just hunting for food everywhere. I mean, look at actual survival crafters, Vintage Story and so on. There is farming, and what is farming if not a machine to automate food production? So you need something like that. Now that it by itself could also be pretty neat, because then that means that biofuel reactors would remain more useful. Because I would argue that if you have a machine that can make, say, I don't know, corn, or you harvest these nuts on the planet. Movement speed, building speed maybe gets affected. Yeah, I can see that working. Yeah, you have a hunger malus. If hunger goes below a certain point, your movement speed goes down. Building speed isn't a thing really, thankfully. You build, it happens. But there is, I believe, like mining speed, working speed, and so that could go down. So it'll be more annoying in the beginning, but it won't be that much. But movement speed and it by itself is a big enough malus. You'll get annoying enough, so you'll actually want to remain well fed. So that's a good point. And then maybe you either then take damage when your hunger is all the way down, and also in general, yes, a damage modifier. If you're hungry, you take more damage from whatever is causing you damage. If you also have the hunger malus on, then you take 1.5 to 2 times the damage. Something like that. And if your hunger malus on, your movement speed goes to 0.75 or 0.5, depending on how aggressive you want it. And then the automated food production could then also be used to make biomass more inefficiently than anything found in the wild, because you never want a new mechanic to completely invalidate an existing one. That's some of the things I've always found very annoying with mods, and why some mods seem cool but I don't like playing with them, is because they end up invalidating existing mechanics rather than supplementing them and making them more. So having a food production would be good, but then you have to find a kind of balance where it makes enough for the character to remain fed, but whatever that produces will give you less biomass, for example, than an actual animal product. And you can even try to make it a separate one so that you can't cheese it to... No, everything is... And then it has a point value for the sink and so on. Yeah. Greenhouse and harvesting robot. Building would be interesting as a part of it. Yeah. I mean, because that would be pretty much how we'd need to do it. And then you have to figure out what are your inputs for that one. Like, actually, yeah, you can have input is also biomass, so you need to compost part of your output. In the beginning, you harvest some stuff, turn it into biomass. So it takes biomass and water to produce food, I'd say. And then similar to the machines that already turn, say, mycelia, nuts, or wood and leaves into biomass. So similar system that would then, you add to that one extra one, which would be whatever crops you decide to have here. And then those crops could then be turned into something the character can eat, and or biomass. So you have to split your output with it. So part becomes like compost, essentially feeds back into the system, and another part becomes food. And then if you have a large enough production, part of that could maybe used to make fuel for your bio burners, pretty much. I'm seeing a problem there though, and that is infinite scaling. it would have to be a biomass that you can't actually turn into fuel. Because if it could turn it into fuel, that means... Because then we would be invalidating, you know, the entire tech trees, all the power production. Because then you'd only be limited by the amount of water you can put in there, and you can pump infinite amount of water, because you can just add more water pumping machines. And if it feeds into itself, then you're not limited by any node, because every other piece of production is always limited by a resource node or other. And for this to work, it would have to be its own resource node, which means you can't build too many of them. Yeah, so at first I was thinking like it'd be cool because if you turn part of that into power or something. But yeah, no, you can't do that because then you would invalidate. Because then there's no point in going to, like, I don't know, nuclear power, even turbo fuel. You just make massive fields of crops that all feed into your giant towers of biofuel generators. Which is kind of what I want to do, just for the hell of it. But I'd mostly be feeding with animal corpses. Negative power production system. So it's just extremely power hungry. But even then, okay, man, you might be able to figure out the math, but then it's very difficult to maintain that because then you need massive amount of power to keep your factory and your greenhouse working. So I think it'd be better to like just not allow the matter from a greenhouse to turn into power. Okay, I'm saying it. You have a machine, it makes like for these food bars with jello things, like Soylent Green kind of thing, Soylent Yellow machine. Out comes the food mass, and you feed it with water and biomass. So you have to go hunting every now and then you can sloop it and try to make it more efficient. But it only makes these food materials, and you can put those in your dimensional depot to grab out when you eat some. And then maybe have a tech tree of where they add more stuff. Then you have like higher grades of food, which gives you a longer term of satiation. And that way we remove the entire like crop making stuff. You can't fully automate it, but you can automate it pretty far. I mean, I have one factory making liquid biofuel that I fed like once or twice. Never need to really look at it again because it just made so much of it. And not power hungry, but the biomass doesn't allow enough power to be generated to power the greenhouse. Yeah, but but then you'd have to like sloop it. Right? But I think it'll be easier to like then just instead of reinventing a farming mechanic, which would have been fun, instead we make a protein bar machine, which can make increasingly complex protein bars or protein bar recipes. Heck, we don't even need a special machine for that. We can just have a recipe. Like we can have a manufacturer that, if it fed with a complex amount of ingredients, could make a more complex food item. I mean, similar essentially to your inhalers. You can make them by hand, but you can have a machine automatically make them as well. And then you can have more complex foods, and you want to store them in your dimensional depot. And they're made of, the most basic one is just biomass. So you can't use leaves or wood directly, but if you turn them into biomass first, and then you add water, and the machine does something, and out comes, basic but disgusting protein bar. But then if you add berries and nuts and things, then the nutritional value goes up. So you have longer term satiation for the same amount of bar, and so on. That'll be one way of doing it. And now, of course, then you might think, but we could add buffs and things to the system. And yes, you could, but that invites more complexity for complexity's sake. And I don't see this game having any sensible buffs to be put in. Again, looking at some modders for games like say Vintage Story, and then they're like, oh cool, I added a new system, but for it to be even cooler, now it gives you all these buffs and things, and now it's suddenly you have a solution that turns you into some kind of super soldier kind of thing. And it's like, nah, you went too far. Yes, it would be cool if you had all these buffs and extras and bonuses, but do you really need them? Does the game need them? Sometimes less is more. Just make one new cool mechanic and enjoy that one. Alright, so here's one way of having the... Okay, these safety ratings look better because then they sort of match the dark parts on the freaking glass roof tiles. There. Looking perfect. Now we're gonna need, yeah, some kind of beams or something to hide the Z fighting there and there, but that's nothing too impossible. Alright, so how do we get the stuff in here? I kind of want to get that machine running while I then spend a lot of time building nonsense. Because that way we can feed all of its outputs into our hungry little chompy machine there. So, what if the computers go up through the wall? Looking at how would we connect these things. So here, yeah, we now want to change the direction. So we use the same system we have. You see now the output here is sent down. So rather we send it up in here instead. The extra merger here. Then it goes out from here. And maybe it goes up already on the inside. And let's see here. What's a good... a good height here, because here we can see about, so I've been mentioning because I keep on talking about the main menu screen, and that one has buildings next to each other with belts going like across them, and I was thinking we can do that one here because this factory is also taking the AI limiters as an input, so we could have the AI limiters also go like through here somewhere, and also then go here, so we'd have 3 belts come pretty much from here. So we have the computers, the AI limiters, and we can bring the plastic through here as well. And then the high-speed connectors, which are made here, would be brought over from this direction somehow. So they could go here. Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing that. And here as well, we could have the... we can already then start using the same sort of designs, like, what would be the word in English? Like, Finnish, I think we would call it like, like the foreign language. See, we use a double one here, because we're using a double one in there. Now, okay, a part of these will be turned into glass, so we can, because the idea was so we can see inside as much as possible, even from the outside. This one I kind of like, but it doesn't really serve a purpose, but we'll leave it there as a sort of inspirational piece. And here I was thinking we could try to use either a bunch of these big frame pillars or... Oh, there we go. Now I got it. I kind of forgot they existed, but thankfully I just remembered. And that is, of course, our sweet, lovely frame floors. Yeah. See if we can zoom one of these across. Ooh, that one gets a little low, but does it actually? I keep on forgetting that the heights here. It's very easy to forget because it feels like, oh no, it's so close, you know, it's so tight. And then we go like that, and we zoom out here. We see, when we notice like, nope, that's very decent. Now I kind of want to keep it here, so the outputs from there would make sense with that wall and the changes there. And there's a lot of lag moving around like this. Ooh, there we go. Man, I need those computer upgrades. And then we can move this thing over to the side so it is over this thing, because I think it could look pretty neat. Because it's either that or this goes up by 1 and we have the belts like running below it, but I kind of like them, sort of the idea of them running above it. Plus, because we are sticking to our grids here. Where is it? There it is. Sure. Come on. There. Because that way we have, now see, logical structural support on this end. We could then add, of course, we will, of course, have to add the, let's see here. Okay, this clips a little bit into there, but ooh, it works though. It works perfectly, because that way this doesn't clip into this one, and we don't have those angles that are like a bit, you know, a bit too weird. And these support beams, I'm going to remove you for now, so I can keep on just digging it. And that way, we can do the same thing here, hopefully. Okay, it'll be a little off, but that's okay. And there we go. Now we have a supported, like, beam structure from over yonder to over here, and which can easily fit 3. Okay, you can fit 4 belts. But yeah, I now desperately do need to, in fact, go and have that loo break. So let's see if we can find a place. Ooh. Well, hello there, Black Mind. Hope you're doing well. So silica is being produced, actually, so that is good. We have a quick look-see at them, and all of the lights are green. Your inputs are full, your outputs are not. Okay, now it's dissolved silica holding us back. You're unhappy because of the lack of the gas. Okay, yeah, so we need to work on our gas buffering system. The idea works, but looks like we got the silica system to kind of work. I'm wondering, like, what's a place with a good view? That one's like too broken still. There we go. That's hopefully a good enough view for you guys. So I need to go to the toilet desperately. I'll be right back. See you soon. And I have returned. A 3-stream streak with. Thank you, Mike Mind. Glad you like it here. Always nice to see you. And now the BCP on the YouTube side. I'm pretty sure I heard him grunting and pooping in the background. My God, you heard? How could you? You weren't supposed to hear those things. You nasty, nasty fellow, you. Like that, didn't you? I bet you did. Right, so that means get rid of that one. There we go. And there we go here, and we look at these, yeah, the walls of holes. So the one of you yes. If one gets filled from here, like upon so, and one of you goes there. Nice. Hey there, Trico. Hope you're doing well. 30 stream streak. Oh no, I'm at work, so I can't stay. I can't hear, but I wanted to say hi. Thank you, Trico. I appreciate it, and thank you for that streak. That is a big one. Thank you. That's wonderful, and I hope everything goes well at work, even if you can't hear me. That makes me happy. It's lovely to see more people sort of, you know, discover yourself as a streamer, and especially when it's fun when it's, you know, other streamers that you yourself also follow. You realize, oh, cool, people know who I am. They know I'm here. They know I do these silly things. Makes me happy. So yeah, as you can see, the theory is and remains sound and sensible. Then we'll have some kind of neat-ish setup for these. Who knows? Maybe we'll move these to be. Can't really do it because everything's off by 1 meter. we can, if we just repeat this. Just thinking we could do that. Now you should actually be following the grid, so we should be able to connect these. You see, we change this little friendo here into one of these ones, and then we change this one into one of these ones, and then we hopefully bring up some stairs. Yes, yes, wonderful. And no. Wait a hecking minute. Are you telling me? I think you are. Well, but how is that possible? No, easy. Yep, okay. Mystery solved. Mystery solved. You see, it's the frame floor there. Well, you see, the frame floor here is... No, wait, no. Yeah, the frame floor is the one that's actually following the wall, and we built this to grab onto this one, which is actually grabbing the bottom of the floor. Okay, good. But it was somehow off by a meter, but no, it's off by... I don't even know how thick those things are. You see? Now it's actually grabbing onto the same height as the frame floor, and the frame floor is the one grabbing the same height as the wall. Fantastic. We figured out these mysteries, and we found a solution, and that solution might mean... Okay, excellent. Still off by a meter, so that didn't change. One step. Oh. Heckin' buttons. Keep on pushing the wrong ones. There we go. So now we can have this one, but that feels a little weird. There, that looks a bit better. Still that Z fighting there, but we're gonna fix that with a beam. And we can now make use of this one, actually. Well, not there, though. Yeah, either we do that, or we put in 2 ramps. Does the same. Part of me is thinking get rid of those. Zoop this here. See, potential door. And then we can zoop that way. And yeah, it'll still be the correct height. There, so now there's a catwalk connection from there to there, from here to there. Also means that perfect. Let's see, can we find a door that would fit there? Yes, we can. Good old service entranceways. Might want to connect something here, but we'll look into it when we get to properly finishing this one. Right now, it's like I keep on saying, yeah, I kind of want to get this thing to just kind of run. Part of me is considering removing these and having all that just be, you know, stairs. But I kind of like the little green beam there across the top. That's very nice. And oh, I just realized I need to do a quick thing. For the longest time, I remember there's someone I needed to add to my heckin' cool cat command on my streamer bot. See here, we do right click. There we go. And then if we right click here again. Alright, settings are saved, and okay, this might fail. We'll try. Hey, worked out. There we go. I could do that. So, there we go. Nice little shout out for Treacle. Hey, if you guys didn't know, another wonderful streamer. One that I personally follow. A very delightful and extremely chill and lovely time. Plays a lot of RimWorld and other colony sims, but has been known to play a variety of games every now and then. An absolute delight. And that's a merger. So if we want to split her, it would be after this one. Well, they can wait. And then the AI limiters would be want them here somehow. We'll do a sort of, if we will, a kind of a quick and dirty window. Oh no, we gotta zoom in them windows. Hello there, Rainforester. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the lurks, and I hope the escaping goes well. I really need to add a sound effect for myself for that one as well. But then again, I know a lot of lurkers here, specifically want to like chill. So it's okay. But thank you, I appreciate it. And I hope you're having a lovely day, my friend. We shall have to add a little bit more of these decorations to this side. And then, yeah, the AI limiters. Do I have my lights? I didn't actually have my lights on. Lovely use of a whole bunch of most delightful emotes there. Now you are a smart splitter. So we can use this one to have a second output go there and then into here. And I kind of like these giant green ones. Now, of course, if we do another one, it'll break the symmetry a little bit more. So we could, in that way, have it go out, go around the building. But the input we want to get it to are there. So in that way, we kind of want to bring it here. I think we might be able to pull that off. Let's see. One step to the left, and it should be like in the middle. There we go. Then one step, 2 steps out. And it goes. Actually, that's pretty perfect, isn't it? Then we go here, we paint it. Yes, he guessed it. Avocado. Oh, it was already avocado. Nice. The avocado walls. And another one going up here would intersect with those belts, so that's a little less than ideal. Oh, in fact, you went too tall. Because we want it to go there. So how would then this look if we consider that? Not a fan of that there. But you'd be pretty well aimed with this beam. Which means we can get rid of those two. And we take out the H-beam here and like upon so. There we go. Most acceptable. So now this beam is sort of visually part of the support structure for these things, which are then the support for the belts coming that way. And that way we can bring a belt from down all the way from here. Perfect. Because I was thinking like, how do I bring a belt from above with the old angled glass roofing here? And the answer was, we don't. My favorite answer. I'm like, oh no, how do I fix the problem? You don't. That's the first floor, second floor. And here is where we need to go. And we want it to be pretty up high. Hold down, perfect. For this, I wonder, can I get it to be here? We will intersect with those a bit. Oh, and that hole needs... Oh, perfect, actually, because that means we can sort of make this hole make a little bit of sense. We need them crazy bright colors. It's the rule. It's the law. They need to be put in there. And then we look at our architectural choices and we'll see, can I put a modern railing here? Apparently the answer is no. Well. And that would be one way of doing it. So that we ward off the entire space. There we go, more of them sweet, delicious avocado computers. Avocadoing around. Alright, now we might... Oh wait, no. Perfect. I was thinking, I might have to then bring some support like this on the upper side as well, but because they meet right here, means we don't. So that is a completely intentional, not at all completely accidental win. And the neat part is, because this belt is coming from above, that means I don't need to worry about how do I make the belt, clip through the beam there. I mean, of course, can, easy as pie, but in a way that, makes sense for me. So then we do, come on, that. Yeah. And that. Oh, yeah. Left any, front any, right overflow. So, because these guys are all full, and we're producing 48 a minute. These guys are consuming 1.875 times 1, 2, 3, 4. 1.875 times 12. 22.5. Ish. Leaves us with another 20 plus. I think we made the math here with the adjustment, so they'd be consuming 20 of them. And then we need to bring in the plastic as well. I don't think we're making anything in here that uses plastic, but the plastic is being used over here. So the question is, do we bring the plastic through the building or around? Now, one of the ideas was to do it around. That's why I put in these extra catwalks that we couldn't actually connect to these because they're off by 1 meter. And there's no 1 meter catwalk, like height change. I wish there was. I'm glad that there's the 4 meter one. There's the 2 meter one, which is the ramp. But it would be neat if there was a 1 meter ramp, because we do have 1 meter pieces, which means the blocks can have those changes. And if you had a 1 meter piece, that means then they can now connect any and all foundation shapes and sizes. I would have liked that, but alas. Maybe one of these days, 1.3, there'll be the catwalk update. Just more catwalk bits. Half catwalks, 1 meter ramps, that kind of stuff. It doesn't even need to be like 1 meter height difference. It could be like straight here, then 1 meter, like this, like mini stairs, and then another half meter, then another half catwalk. That kind of stuff. Like 1 step. 1 meter is pretty big for 1 step, so a couple. I know, I got confused again. Oh yeah, so one of the ideas was to have a splitter here, where part of the plastic would then be sent, and you would follow the bottom here, there, around here. It could follow this one over here, but it can't go across there, so then it would have to go on the outside of the building, which would be less than ideal. But using the same plan as here, we gotta have the plastic actually then, goes across from here, does a little swoop, and it goes inside here to a lift. And the lift brings it up to the next level itself, and actually it could already then come out here. No, but then it goes across the floor, and then it gets in the way of people. Can't have that. But we could have another belt, another lift. Then you need to be actually moved. Like that. And the AI limiters come in and they go on the left. Computers come from above to the right, and the plastic would then come in the middle. So the plastic would in the most straight way be coming to there. So if we look at our wall, no, under logistics where we have the wall mount, and the wall mount could then, see if you do, well, we can't do that. I'm missing time crystals? What in the butt? Okay. We're gonna have to make a quick visit now to Nuka Quantum, the Nuka Quantum facility. Good thing is we have our portals right next to us, which should be working. Still pretty happy with the rubber and plastic giant facility. It turned out pretty neat. We can maybe add some glowing labels on the outside. Give a little bit more oomph. Indent, but all in all, looks quite neat. All right. I'd do some more butt slide for them extra speed. Cruising 50 in a minute, perfect. That is exactly what the upstairs is consuming. You are filled with the pasta. There's some pasta coming from there. You're full of them nuggets, so all of that is a-okay. Then we travel through the synth wave dimension. Rotted diamonds? There's something deeply wrong here. And I suspect it might be my quartz producers. You see, these ones are currently just not getting enough diamonds. So, I'm gonna do a little thingy here. Yeah, well, we like the time crystals now, don't we? And you're low on dark matter residue. You're all good for now. Okay, you're low on the residue. And ultimately that's fine. Steal all your diamonds for a wee bit. Yeah, this guy's running perfectly for now. Oh, there we go. Now these guys are being sent here, but they're not going through a buffer, but I guess the belt functions sort of as the buffer. Okay, because of the sheer importance of the time crystals, we've got to make sure a lot of it gets sent there. Now, why are you in the yellow? What are you lacking? You're lacking quartz crystals. I'm assuming it would be something silly like that. But because the SAM imports are doing A, O, and K. Here, I have a bunch of quartz crystals. Well, let's go check on these guys. So all of this is going through the mergers. we need is a smart splitter. Which does overflow any. And now you're allowed to put stuff in here. So the quartz exports are only allowed to work if everything here is like fully done. These are all functioning at max speed. So much shit is coming out from here. What much exotic radiation you're getting when you fly into those beams? You're cloned by a mechanical drone, so who cares? Exactly, doesn't care. Well, as the cloned by a mechanical drone, I might care, but at the same time, you know, it makes my brain tingle just nice, just right. We hate, man. No judging. We do what we gotta do to get our rush. We only live once, or 50 times. I'd say it seems to be averaging at around 520, 518. So a little bit over 500. What? You're low on the RCUs. And we're not getting any because we're low on the aluminum. Upgrade those. There. Try to overproduce instead of underproduce. There we go. And these are pretty much all massively overproduced now. Which means we could have probably gotten away with just the one. Back to looking at it. Yeah, around 530, 500 something a minute. So now we can then fly out and about. And like, well, they all have their turbo motors. So turbo motor production is probably otherwise okay. Yeah, the radio control units slowing down will now have been fixed. No need to worry about them too much. Put those sloops away for now. Right, then we do have one entire mega facility that is just making those quartz crystals that we did build. And we could add it here next to this one. Yeah. Kind of forgot we built the entire thing, and then I guess more focus on the the more important matters from around there, which is of course the doggy daycare, which we need to visit soon enough. So I was thinking like, maybe I could like export some of the crystal quartz from over the fruit computer factory. Then I realized, wait, I have a separate entire factory making nothing but the crystal quartz. I'm pretty sure we kind of made it for this one, and then promptly forgot about it. And let's see here, you are, Nuka Quantum copy. And crystal quartz for diamond import. Because there is one more crystal. I'm pretty sure we're importing the crystal quartz also for the crystal oscillators. So that is true. We did make them for those as well. There we go. And this port connects to crystal quartz export. We could bring in from the other place, but yeah, the crystal quartz export makes making so much of them, so we might as well get them all properly linked in. And oh, nope, that won't work. Yeah. Alright, excellent. So that way we have the batteries being fed into here. Get your power from there. And now they shall then promptly bugger off. And then we find our...
It's all coming together.
Exactly right, Empires. So then we find from here the logistics. Under logistics, the floor hole. The floor hole goes in the next to the export hole. Now let's see here. This is your export hole. Crystal goes down. That's a splitter. So next we'll need a merger. Just got a bowl of mesquite, barbecue, kettle potato chips for the win. Nice. Too late to have a real meal right now, but planning on having some leftover beef stew for lunch. Doesn't get too hot. Ooh. Oh man, Empire, you're making me hungry. Sounds tasty. Yeah. I hope you have a most delicious and wonderful meal, friend. There we go. We're getting those corners in there, and we change that to the default. And nice. And all of that looks slightly better, supported. Actually. No, not you, of course. What in the frig? Maybe none of that. Seven and a half hours until lunchtime, 11:30 a.m. roughly. Ooh. Yeah, I'm way past lunchtime. Hey, we got some more crystals coming in. So these are then, in theory, importing around 516 items per minute, giving you 490 per minute. So 900 something. We're going through 90 per machine. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 times 9 will be 900. Yes, we're actually going through 900 quartz crystal per minute. Incoming transfer rate is 490 per minute. And you are at 500. Okay, so that should even out. So that'll be okay. Excellent. Again, drained. Not acceptable speeds. Wonderful. So that'll fix the, diamond issue. You guys are chock full of diamonds. We'll do small amounts of these power shards. Okay, apparently you can maintain. You're being fed enough. As long as half goes here and half goes there, these guys are getting enough to make 12 per, which is 12 times 5 would be 60. And these guys consume 30. Okay, so that was the issue, yeah, because these guys actually consume everything these were producing. Right, so this was something I was sort of planning on doing anyway. Now we can leave them double for now, because then, yeah, then they hopefully end up filling up the storage container eventually. And that means we're getting more of the dark matter. I feel like, yeah, you are now already getting filled faster than you're getting emptied, so that's a-okay. All of these are running once again, producing enough dark matter to get these running. Oh, you run out of thingamaboobies again. Why this time? Who is holding you back? If it's power... Sam the flux... Oh, right. Yeah, Sam fluctuators. That is true. We were supposed to improve our Sam fluctuator production, I think. But all your inputs are full. What the frick? This means I have made a math mistake. Well, let us see if we can find out what that mistake is. So we got 2 of these machines, because they be 2.5 each, yes. So we need a 12.5 and plus, okay, 12.12, that's 15 SAM fluctuators per minute is what we need. So what is your issue? You see, these guys are full of wire. They're full of everything. You make 10. You make 10. You're supposed to be producing 30. Is it the reanimated Sam that's holding you back? Okay. Incoming transfer rate, 139 items per minute. And these are consuming around 180 per minute. Okay, so the Rian Sam... So you now must go and visit the Devil's Anus. Hey, they're twitching. Needs more pistons. It absolutely does. More pumping pistons would be freaking amazing. That's why I very much enjoy the, you know, the fracking machines, because they do... There's much banging, and the hydropower. Silly meth mistakes. When in doubt, at least the game gives you a calculator. That's very true. That is one of those quality of life things that I feel like, man, so many more games should do that, especially factory and automation games. That is the one big failing of Factorio. No in-game calculator. And I don't understand why they haven't put it in yet. But now we must go here and visit the Devil's Anus and see what's what. I can only imagine... What the frick? How is your income like? What? Outgoing transfer rate, 969 per minute. You're supposed to be going through 120 SAM per minute. It is working as intended. Let's burn off some of that excess you got in you. But nice seeing you around, Twitching. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a pleasant latter half of the week. I know it's Wednesday, middle of the week. I also have no frog, but yeah, it's Wednesday, my dudes. Yeah, everything's back to, and everything just keeps on running as it should. So we're consuming the full output of the pure SAM node. Make the reanimated SAM. So the rates should be, okay. Is it just the order in which you come? You just, they just arrive all in one big bunch. And that's why this shit ain't working. At least the animation takes a while, so do they, get to build up a little bit. Huh. Well, we have some shittier SAM nodes we could plug in there. If the truck comes here to visit. Even though there's nothing left to pick up. The drones have grabbed it all. Now, if nothing else, I do believe there's a SAM node right next to that place. We do need that stuff there to kind of, keep on running. The computers are happening. Devil hump day. Humping hard and staying... Hold on. Humping hard and staying hard. Doing well. How about yourself? Glad to hear you're doing good. I'm having quite a pleasant day, in fact. The week has been going well. Factory is making progress, even though sometimes it feels like we're making barely any progress, but then again, I get to do funny architecture. This brings me joy. And yeah, and then tomorrow I'll be off. So we have one normal node here and one impure one here. So we could turn that space into a reanimated SAM producer. Actually, no. We're gonna do what I should have been doing a long while ago. We're gonna make a reanimated SAM factory that has multiple imports and exports than the reanimated SAM. So in that way, we're gonna be transferring a lot of material and all through the magic of drone, I think. And because we want to make more use of the get that cityscape vibe, so we're going to build it here. And that way we can grab all the SAM from here and here and so on. And the various, because then we can just add more drones, or trains, however we want to bring. We bring stuff up to a central factory, and there on site we turn it into whatever. Because I've been doing these reanimated SAM things because they are more resource packed. Either that, or we continue doing what we've been doing and adding more like these small scale localized producers But then they'd all bring it into a central logistics station, and from the logistics stations we have the multiple exports. Oh, sorry. Sorry, BCP on the YouTube side. I missed you a little late there. Finding back from shooting yourself. Yep. A little while ago, man. Okay. So that would be one way of doing it. So we do have another impure node that we're sort of dealing with down here. See, you've been importing a lot of... And you've been importing... Ah, right. So... I guess we could see if we could bring some of this over. It's all the way there. And as such, mildly awkward. So instead we can do something else. Equally mildly awkward, and see if we can add a truck station, actually. The truck can run off the batteries. Yeah, 147, still not enough. We have the old reanimated Sam. Pick her up over there, we can undo that one. Let's look at these blueprints, vehicle infrastructure, and a good old T crossing block. And yeah, we're gonna have it on this side. Yeah, it is pretty. These are some pretty sweet tunes, that is very true. The Sanctum 2 tape is pretty nice. Under patterns we find the good old split dotted line. Oh. Which is kind of pointless because we weren't supposed to do that. But okay, then we look at our transport options. We find the truck station. Fitting it there would please me. Then we see can it be done. So that's too close. Oh, the fucking thing did it again. See, it bent. It was not supposed to. There we go. The way around. Trying to figure out some pretty interesting paths. It's very difficult to go here to a immediate 90-degree, go over the truck station and then around it, and then all the way back. They're very tricky, that. Or going inside the road itself. I don't know why it keeps on having these insisting on like, yep, that's what we're gonna do. It's the only way to do it. Ah, right. That's what we did. Some weird ideas about sharp turns this game sometimes. See, absolutely can be done. Truck goes in, does a turn, comes back out. There you go. I don't know, you get to be weird and purple. There you go. A pretty infuriating jack with the vehicle pathing rules. It is. It can be very, very infuriating. Gonna put street lights there. There we go. Excellent. Then we add not a tractor, but a straight up truck. And you, my friend, your path goes to... Ah, right. Need to rename this one too first, so it'd be... Luca Quantum 3 and Sam Import. There we go. This is the unloading station. Voila. The path goes to... pick up one. We'll try it again. Import 2. Enable the autopilot. Get out of there. There you go. You run on batteries. Because we got batteries right here. Booyah. Right. Then we do a splitter. Then we try it again. Victoria trains are very heavily glazed as the endgame system of logistics. Yeah. But I'm glad that they upgraded they improved how janky the trucks sort of could be. So they were worse. So it's definitely an improvement already. Just trying to get to here, back again. Okay. Okay then. And it's on unload. Oh, and of course, funny purple stuff. There we go. User recorded driving path when AI trying to remember. Yeah, exactly. That was absolute hell, bullshit. Now with the 1.2 upgrade, the trucks are now secretly trained. There is some jank in it, but I've enjoyed it because that helped me get the inspiration to build like a road network. And of course that means you need to have some trucks driving around the road. They don't need to be the most efficient. They just need to be neat. That's one truck gone, and it's a relatively long road. Come on. Vehicle path. Stations. So now we have re-enter and pick up 1 again. And enable the autopilot. And off you go. And now we just need to block the sides off. I should try to make a proper truck stop blueprint. Now let's see here. We do pattern removal there and there. Hey, Depot, how you doing? Lovely seeing you around. How was the fort? Was it 40? Finally majestic? Absolutely magnificent. Man, I got my words, they fail me again. They do it a lot. Now, I'm kind of wanna see about... Huh. Oh yeah, no. I want this one here. So let's do this. And we do... That's a 1 meter foundation. So if you do 1 meter up, then we can have a full wall. Yeah, let's try that one. So we... 1 meter inverted. Was only 3 dwarves fell off the mountain today. Only 3? Gosh darn, that's pretty well. That's pretty good. Well done. Well done indeed. So welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am, hi. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu. Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and lately just ridiculously addicted to sweet world of automation and building cool shit. Well, trying to at least. I'm seeing if... You know what? In the end, somehow, I'm just not feeling it. So what if we then... those there... and... because we can't put in a diagonal wall, no matter how much we would want to. I mean, we kinda could, but not really, because we can. You see, I say that, and suddenly this happens. Ah, right, yeah. Issues with length. Goth. Hi there, Paul Q. We are just adding one more truck station. And I'm seeing if I could make it, look nice. Sometimes it might work, sometimes mostly they kind of don't. You can always try, though. So what if we just do a 4-meter inverted corner? And by default, slap it in there. Yeah, apparently that's the answer. We do the same one there. We zoop those in here, we zoop those across. And yeah, I need to make a proper truck station blueprint at some point, because I'm gonna have to add more. Once everything is like working and we have our drone networks and our train networks, I'm gonna have to then add more trucks, because, well, we have these roads and they look a little sad and unused, and you need more trucks to be driving around. But yeah, we got the supercomputer stuff kind of work. Oh, right, we were doing that. And then I ran out of time crystals. Then I had to come figure out why my time crystals not working. And then, then I figured out. Then I found out was that the systems here are having some issues. There's the one. Oh, you bastard. Oh, bugger's full of Sam. Oh, perfect. So what we do here then is add a good old foundational stair system. We do just a single one, and that way we can add a, you guessed it, it's my favorite thing, a catwalk. See what a catwalk corner say here. D-junction, I guess. Half step down. There you go. That's correct. What? Yes. 100%. Such is the life of the tragic life of Hondo. Infinite confusion. And for this one, I kind of feel like just living in a good old gate hole. Check the wall materials, and then in concrete. There you go. So now we have maintenance access, which we're gonna need to be able to pull these things through a little better. Then we check out the logistics and we find the wall hole. mildly gibberishy structure there. Well, straight enough at this point. And yeah, they're a little, or are they too much off? You see, if we do the inverted, I mean these guys here. Yeah, then it clips through there though. Can't be done. Very tragic. What if we put one of these on top here? Up my wing. See if we can lift it to a point where it'll clip in, but not too much through. Screw it to the side a bit. Well, most of it has already disappeared, but I can still work with that, because then we do an equal and opposite, no, I mean a ramp. You see, that kinda works. But I'm afraid only kinda. So, ooh, what if we do this, we do that. And this one connects. Come on. Almost there. So it clips into the floors. We don't really see it, which is okay. And then we have a sort of continuous support beam structure thingy coming this way. And we could even get rid of that one. And then give you... And of course, then you're not really connected to any of these. Ah! Then we try again one more time with the frame floor. Then one of these here leaning down. And now we have a sort of supported bottom here. Everyone likes a well-supported bottom now, don't we? Oh, they're complaining? I'm assuming they're complaining because they can't actually export. There you go. Wonderful. Getting there. I'm getting there. So, now I've got the SAM flowing in from here. And we're gonna have these like this, or seeing as we don't need it sort of all the way, we do 1, 2, 3, 4. There. So now it looks like it's sort of leaning over. Now there's a support structure sort of visually holding this one up, making that make sense. Now there's a drone bringing in even more of this stuff. Incoming transfer rate keeps on going down to 78 per minute. And why are you unhappy? Vehicle path. Why you not go? At least that guy stopped. Why can he like make some bends, you know, sensibly, but not all of them. Only some of them. Gonna make that one. Now, assume as much that there was something wrong with the roads. Wait, is it because the guy was stopped here and the... Oh well. I tried to have them all like nicely staggered, but no, they're doing this instead. Oh well. That's fine, I guess. Now here's a question. Can I get... Did we have a snap modus? But you keep on snapping. I don't want you to snap. Fine, I'll remove this entire piece of road then. Would that help you? No. Would this help you? Why are you trying to rotate into yourself? Like, what happens here in between? Is it because it's going between blueprints? But at that point, it actually isn't. It should be all within this one blueprint. Let's go with default. So why is this green? The green is usually a crossing, so if there's another car there, they won't go in there and that kind of stuff. Why would you rotate it in such a weird way? Don't do it! I wonder if you can make a roundabout that would, with the trucks, that would make sense. Right now, the roundabout has the benefit of having like multiple blocks and paths, whereas the crossing paths seems to be able to really confuse the heck out of those trucks, though. Oh well. And you are getting emptied slowly but surely. But the most important thing is we got the situation fixed. Not a basic wall, but an industrial railing, please. One there, and so the modern railing stays here for the service entrance. And then we just need to beautify this side as well, which we'll do with yeah. Now to pull in some beams. And I think inverted down corner. Yeah. Then with the up corner and then inverted ramp. There we go. That drone freaked me out a little bit. Completely forgot that it was there. Oh, and... Okay, mostly done. All we need now is some beam magic. Paint it across, half step down, on we go. And then we look at the label sign and we try to do it on top of the beam. Let's try it again. Yeah, they can. Oh, thought it was zooped. Half step in. Beam clock. Make a mistake. Beam again. Oh, we can just do it like that as well. Yeah. On beam, place. Half step in. And zoop it all across. There we go. There we go. A lovely little truck station. Now, of course, the lights should be in the corners facing in. Let's have a look-see at that as an option. The power comes into the power pole. Into the lights. Need to do some pattern changes because we're gonna have the dotted line because they can't be driving on the dotted line up when they come out from there. So we do this and then we can have a... Wasn't there a full factory zone? Ah, I know. We need the dotted line. There. Nice little truck stop. And a decent enough system, because I think we can maybe fit this on the larger blue printer. Now, of course, we have to change the service entrance, not be on the side, but on the end, because we made it wider than it was, which should still hopefully back then fit in the Mark 6 blue printer. Might not. If it doesn't, that'll be sad, and then we'll have to redesign the entire bastard. But we didn't make it longer, so we only like extended the sides in one direction, not in both, which means we could fit an extra structure here, like on the back end, or when you want to go inside and make sure you get your belts hooked up and stuff. Okay, no, we never made use of you, and with the amount of throughput that we're looking at here, I don't think we need them either. Hey there, Chumpy. On the YouTube side, hope we're doing good. Okay, now these are now producing stuff powerfully. And that means, yep, all of you are nice and full. And you are slowly filling up. Excellent. So that fixes that issue. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. So the Twitch link, lol. Ooh. Well done, Seribot. Caught a potential spammer, that one. Now these are running. See, that's the inputs are full of diamond, which is good. Your output there is maxed out, which means they're now filling up this thing. Okay, because this is what we came here. We ran out of like time diamonds, which we need in order to build our belts. Now, because everything here is running, they're producing more dark matter, which means these are running. And yeah, and that's all backed up, so that is a-okay. Next, I was considering trying to bring in like this here belt of reanimated Sam all the way over there, and then I realized, well, I mean, we are also importing here by a truck, and this thing's also full, which means the at least one truck import station or like export station could be then set to help us out here, because then the number one using the reanimated Sam, the very first node we have here, has been just making Sam for ages. Mostly it has been dropping them off at the spaghetti factory. But now it's also what has been dropping them off here. There aren't that many places that make use of them, but the Devil's Anus is maxed out for production, and it's not enough. So that's why I'm thinking like, yeah, we need to make more factories, and we're gonna do the logistical station at some point, maybe, if we need it, you know. We might not need it, but now we gotta get back to the fruit factory and finish those supercomputers, which has been the goal now for quite a while. Have a little sippy. Little butt slide. Yeah, this one needs walls and some decorations, but the factory otherwise runs perfectly. We were trying to do belts for bringing in the plastic. That is correct. And the middle one, yeah, and then the fourth input comes from that building. So we'll change over to the hovering of the packs, and then we need to figure out how do we actually make all this work. And my little radiated coffee, that's the best. You know, if it doesn't make my brain tingle, I don't want it. Now this one, there we go. Yeah, that'll be the plastic. So this way we can at least clean that one up for a little while. So that one we get in the plastic. See, we have the connections made here and here. And we were trying to figure out, yeah, exactly, how do we do the lift. There we go. I like it when things are straight. There we go. So that should work. And that, there we go. And this way, back to the auto straightening, there we go. It'll follow there and do that. Nice sharp turns there. Then it goes up here. Because they're all avocado color, they all, you know, work together nicely. And the plastic is the left one. The right one is the Robert. Which means we do a splitter. There. Because the belt's gonna handle 1200. These will only be grabbing a few 400? Less than 300. See, about there. There. Now things are here, nicely supported. A little clipping with the power line, but oh, actually, goes just beneath it, so it doesn't count. Man, do I feel happy that I figured out that I could put, you know, street lights inside, indoors. That's made life a little easier. All right, then we can. Now we haven't decorated this building or put up all the windows yet. We'll get there. Right now we're just gonna get these buggers to kind of work. Allow the belt gate rate complements the avocado walls. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with it. Nice. Very nice. And then we're running through the, you know, the AI limiters and the plastic through the computer factory into here, through here. So now three of the inputs that we want for the supercomputers, and the last one is here. Now we could see if we use one of these for like aiming. There we go. Wait, 0? You're not getting any silicon. Ah, yes. On the to-do list, let's go check on the silicon. I'm assuming they drowned. They can't get rid of their output water. Yep. And that's because this one was just a smidge too high. No silica, how silly. Very true. A very tragic fate indeed. Unsillied to the end. Empty those two. So how high do you go? You know what? That's good enough. It's okay. Eventually they'll kind of run out, but it's close enough that at least this way they won't stall quite as badly as they have it in the past, and they won't stop working. Because now if the output here is less than the 100 that we kind of want it to, but that they need, ultimately close enough. Close enough. If the chip factories will return to their magical land of the chipping. The ports will flow, the computer boards are flowing, the chip makes it here, so we'll make the high-speed connectors. And then we'll just see about how do we pick them up. And very quickly, they start producing all the goodies. So if we send this one then across here, over to here, goes along the pillar, I guess, and then through somewhere neat. Luckily, we have a silly solution, it's very true. Silly solution. Yeah, well, I'll probably... Right now I'm just like checking out the placement. Because here as well we could then try the turning into good old avocado colors. Matches everything else. So I'm wondering if I want these to go up a bit. half step to the left. If we brought you up from here, you'll go a touch in there. And the way this one is now, see, now cuts a little bit into the beam, which is sort of what I was hoping for. And now this would be sort of centered along this thing. Meaning it would be centered along, well, a quarter of that one. And I kind of want to bring it in a little higher up like this, so that we can then, you know, we can walk up the catwalk and walk beneath the belts. Yep, everything's nice and straight there. Yeah, what I thought. Okay, you connect there. Oh, there's a height difference. Oh, you bastard. No. So it's a visual. Why does that look curved? I'm guessing it is actually curving because sometimes they do that because they're kind of fucking weird like that, you know? Like, what the hell? Okay, that one somehow just dipped into the ground a little bit. There we go. Right, I built it on the stairs. Yeah, and they disagreed on where the actual level is. I'm thinking the stairs might be actually... No, they work normally for me, but I guess in the game's point of view, it was... There's an like strange elevation change, this difference here. It's here again. Off by like the weirdest amounts. There we go. No, it is straight. Lovely. And yeah, and with this we can also leave the catwalk in pretty much because, you know, we can walk in beneath this thing just fine. Catwalk. Serves no real purpose, but that's fine. And how do we make this here corner work? I mean, yes, we could put in a wall hole. We'd kind of just leave the window there. Let's try it with a wall hole and see how that would look. There we go. Shit. Give us a quick sec. There we go. Or had to wake up the old boyo. It's dinner time. The thing is, because this location would work well for this one. Not quite as well for that one. But I guess we could just do it like that and, you know, try not to worry about it. Put a wall hole here. Yeah. Let's have a look at one more idea here. What if we put an inverted ramp wall? We do this, that, hole, and we scoot it into there. I'd say that actually works surprisingly well. So in other words, then we need to find the equal and opposite ramp. We hold it down, we squirrely poop it a little bit left to the left. That's also another benefit of having these thicker pillars on in the corners. You can. That one is very weirdly placed, to be honest, but well, it works. And there's some Z fighting still there. But yeah, we're gonna have to live with it. It'll be okay. Another glorious case of just don't look at it. What you can't see can't hurt you. And we do double check here. Can I get you all the way from there? Oop. That is, I would say, straight enough. So there's one. Doesn't look like there's any elevation changes. And there's 2. Belts are clipping into each other a tiny bit, but ultimately, I'm okay with this. The machines are getting wonderfully, equally populated. And the supercomputers are being made. Wonderful. Oh yeah, so they're off by a meter, right. Okay. Now we're going to put in a ladder. For no real reason. Heck yeah. Now, of course, we could just get rid of this thing. But it kind of ties it together. And the little pointed ladder feels nice. Okay. So now we have, finally, a fully functional supercomputer manufacturing facility. There. Throw them all in the sink. Let's get some points. Oh, 633 coupons already. Wait for a little bit to see. From 291 points per minute. Wait for it to update. I'm hoping it'll be worth many points. I have no idea how many points the supercomputer is actually worth, but I hope it's a lot. Come on, when you upgrade, when you update. Don't do this to me, machine. Jump to 4 million. So that's pretty neat. So now we just wait for these to keep on running, and eventually they'll keep on feeding it, and then we'll see where it equalizes. So 4 million was from, like, what, 10 of those. So that was neat. Now you are still overfeeding. As such, we need to make a small change here. then your overflow can be dumped. I might actually have to literally make an overflow for this one, so it goes here and with a catwalk along the corner. And then Little Sink Island is... Oh, yeah. Little Sink Island needs... definitely needs help, though. Okay, equalizing now to 1.8 million, so that is still quite a lot. A lot more than the 300,000, so... Nice. Whoa. You mean there's no aquatic predators in this game? That's very true, Empires. That would be hard. That would be quite terrifying. Or most importantly, actually, it would be very annoying having to deal with that. Move that beam. There we go. Now we don't have those weird intersections there. See, excess ingots are being thrown out from there. Excess copper sheets would be thrown out here. Excess that stuff goes down here. And the excess computers. So, equalizing it at around 1 million. So we triple the point values here. Why? Because underwater there's things that are much bigger than you. With a carnivorous diet and sharper, stronger teeth than that for that diet. For true. Subnautica is a no-go for me, and underwater horror games are a complete nope. Yeah, understandable. I liked Subnautica. It had its own horrifying, like scary moments, but it had these beautiful vistas and beautiful sort of sense of wonder. There's so many of these alien landscapes in games that are like trying to be really alien, but that one had that really cool fact of being sort of the sort of alien landscapes one might find on Earth, right? Because the bottom of the ocean is so unexplored. So, can I do like walls that are full? No. But only kind of. Okay, let's see. Let's get to decorating these ones. We need one of you. And we'll need one of these. Next, this one, the theme is to be as sort of window heavy as kind of possible. Now, I still think we can do... I might do these. And we'll then have to go with the honeycomb. Okay, well, I guess we can't if we want to use the honeycomb window. The hex frame would work. How would you go for the full frame window? And then we compare that to some of these hex frames. I think hex frames at least on the big sides. Wait, no. It was a thing, wasn't there? We do this, and then we hold... There's a button for swapping them out. Isn't that neat? Took me way too long, and... well, help from chat to find out. Thank you, chat. You really have made my Satisfactory journey a lot more pleasant. With your truly wonderful insights. I'm really happy with the street lights. I've been considering adding some like roof lights, ceiling lights, but I don't know if we need them actually. Great dude, truly have been giving up your spaghetti ways, living this lasagna life. Is the amount of peace 420? It is very true. I still have my like started spaghetti factory, of course. It's but it's slowly being dismantled. Now, I think there was 12 lang. See if we can get this to work. I think for this side at least. I kind of feel like this works a little better. Probably gonna add a beam that goes across there at the bottom. Come on, there we go. No, we almost... Come on. There we go. I don't think the computers have any sort of pressure valve right now for throwing excess into the sink. So that might increase our points then a little bit once we get that one done as well. There we go. Then we do beams across here at least. And maybe pillars down here. This would look good, but then we'd probably have to deal with the Z fighting. And a half step up. How would that look, actually? Doesn't really mess with the window pattern too much. And this one is now based on the outside of the pillar, but the pillar is actually not centered on the actual foundations on the grid properly, so yeah, we have to then apply these. And then if we go in, whoop, there we go, and then we go inside here, and yes. Ah, I'm pretty happy with that. And that works pretty well. Same thing then all the way around, yes. All the way around. One, two, three, four. And half step in. Half step in, half step up. One step to the left, make sure we are angled correctly. And switch over to the Zupen. There we go. And see here. Half step up, half step in. One step to the left. And with these, we might end up getting rid of those. Find out. Good old shoot enough. And we don't have an elevator in this building, but then again, I don't think we need one. So there's that. We do 1, 2, 3. Half step out, half step in, up. There we go. Giant big hole. I need catwalk connections to the actual floor as well. So, okay, let's see here. The green top is fine, but I kind of like the sort of barren nature of all of this. Ah. Oh. Next. For this one, we're going for that slightly more sterile vibe. And partly because I want to see in here properly because there's so much stuff going on, and also, you know, because they're the super computers, so it's gonna be, you know, some fanciness involved. Right, and then we need to figure out how to actually get the power in here, like, for real, and not just do this chaoticness. Ooh, yeah, okay. So you actually cannot interact with the, or shouldn't go in there. But I think you might be able to get you there neatly enough. Try again. There we go. Ooh. Hacking perfect. There we go. Nothing that a couple of beam connectors can't hide. Freaking amazing. Hey, Mustache Man. Hope all is well in your world. Hey there, no hypocrisy. Over there on the YouTube side. Things are going quite well. Most pleasantly indeed. Ooh, I wonder, can I like just stick one of these here then, I guess? I mean, of course I can, but would it look okay? That's the question. There you go. Certainly illuminates the insides pretty well. Fair enough. Because the other option would have been to have one, say, here. But we can't do that, because then then it clips into the outside, and we don't want that now, do we? So, yeah. Fix this one on the other side as well. I feel like that's the correct place to be. And 40 in that way is perfect. There we go. So now we have the beams connected to the pillars. And with, support in the middle as well. There you go. So now you can be down here. You can run around. look around. You can get up. Everything is quite well illuminated. Get under here to look at these. You get up at some beepsy boopsies that do nothing. Very nice. We try here. And all the stuff's flowing well. Heck yeah. Alright, and then we need to figure out, I said, how is the power actually coming into here? I'm going to do that before we plug up this wall completely, I think. Or are we? Maybe not. Maybe yes. Nah, we can always cut it open later. It's better to kind of finish it. Thinking like, okay, we can add finishing touches later, then leave it like, okay, no, we're gonna find time later to get it just right, because it's very, very high chance you won't. And speaking of my own experience, that's why I sort of realized that, no, wait, I'm lying to myself, I better get it fixed quickly. Now with architecture, I'm kind of feeling like the metal beam would be the one to go for here. With the diagonal. Now that's an interesting problem. Because even if I pull it down, that still means that the corner there is kind of fucked. But okay, there's that option. Still a little. But not impossible, though. Now step up. So the house step up would be pretty good. Well, that's a little bit tragic, but there's sadly not much you can do about it. But these friendos, though. Well, one solution is to like just scooter poop that way. Get rid of this one. And have the stairs here. So that's one way of doing it. Another potential would be using a ramp. Nah. That's better. There. So now they're consistent with each other here. And they hit the Z fighting. Nice tiny little 1 meter piece. Okay, we do that, and it'll just kind of cover the entire 1 meter piece. So achieves grand total of fuck all. And if we look at the options such as the painted beam,
Hello there.
well, hello there, apple shavings. Never doing well. I guess we could have this, maybe then stick out a little bit. Try it again. Things are great. Weather's nice. Oh, glad to hear. Only partially ruined my fingers trying to extract screws from wood. So I'll continue this afternoon until fingers or screws give. Oh, well. Hope the screws give first, you know. You wouldn't want to get screwed over. Now, if we do this with a half step down. You're just up the edge. I'm quite acceptable at that. Jenny and you're progressing well. They are, in fact, doing so. There were some mishaps But we got them fixed. And now it's back to the sweet land of just only decoratings. So we could get that to work. Okay, yeah. Metal beam it is. Better this one. I think that went in the implant consistency. Let's do the same one on the other side. And so it grows. Oh gosh, come on, choose the heckin' beam, friend. And then we do half step down. No Z fighting here. Good, good. I like it when the Z's behave. But there's some Z fighting there, but that is specifically why we're doing this. And hide them Z fights. Now step down, go. How would that look? Just stick one of those there. Well, now it's not necessarily bad. Okay, it does stick out like this weird bean. So let's not do that. Let us instead do this, and that, this, and that. Half step down. Voila. And the supercomputers keep on supercomputing, being fed by the outputs here. And yeah, we're gonna need a smart splitter. Let's see about sticking it along the lift there. And it would then send overflow. Yeah, overflow back down. Let's see if we make that work. So if we do that. Smart splitter. There. To the right. Overflow. So then we want a floor hole, I guess. I'm just wondering if we can make this one work. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. There we go. But how do we bring it over? And how far? Let's see, we could have a raised belt come all the way here. I don't want anything crossing in front of there. So we could have a wall hole, the dandy wall holes right there. Actually, the curve one looks pretty okay there. There we go. Then we just need you to... There we go. There. Now we can dump a whole bunch of overflow computers, because they should be producing them. All of the supercomputers are also being sunk, so no matter what. And we could, as such, grab some of this here overflow as well. I'd probably send it over here. So we do this, we do that, we do this. We find the smart mix splitter. We get it to just the right spot. Overflow. Then we check out. There we go. One of these, and you get to go there. So now you're dumping your overflow from here, and we're dumping the overflow from these. All that is being dumped. Overflow from those are being dumped. Overflow from the chips is being dumped. Overflow from the quick wire is being dumped. Overflow from the AEI limiters is being dumped. And way back there, overflow plastic and rubber is being dumped. Oh, God. Heckin' buggers. There we go, and here we go. The shenanigans are shenanigoing, and the goinings are shenaniganing. Much shenan. Yeah, this one doesn't have the corner pillars. Let's put them in there. This one is doing these with the small metal ones, but this one is a big building, so it needs the big metals. I'll do pom pom. Yep. Yeah, no one's actually making use of the corners, so that's fine. That's good. That's fine. I think we'll do. Yeah. So this way they're clipping more into the window, but they maintain the pattern on the window much better. Half step in, half step to the left. Yep, it's better than that side already. Yes, fan-heckin-tastic. Yeah, so now we just gotta do some decorations before we can finally bugger off and do something else. There's been a lot of streams on just the computer factory. Well, you know, computer periods are important. Can't even remember what the original recipes that needed these. Well, that's fine. Well, the good thing is also that while this has been running and we've been, you know, grabbing the resources for various other projects, as we noticed there earlier today, a lot of the other things are sort of... Well, we're noticing that our raw resource production isn't really keeping up. Good thing is we have come up with a couple of neat solutions, and one of them being, yeah, the logistics center that I've been talking about on and off again for a few streams. Oh, yeah, so much better. We can't have any lines going horizontally because of the lifts there. And we could have them maybe here in between, but I think for this one, just things going up works just fine. We'll add a similar roof, sort of covered roofing as we have it on the other ones here. Now this here corner will be a little bit more interesting. Step, step, and a zoop. Switch over to defaults, go and make a zoop. Because leaving this sort of open on the inside is something I'm pretty okay with. I don't know, might turn these... I wish we could turn these into glass. We have windows in these sort of angles, but we don't. Yes, we got these. But I might turn these into steel wall. Now with that, maybe turn this row into metal roof. The other option would be to zoop these even further. We'll leave that as a maybe. Then we look at our walls. We find from here the 8-meter ramps. We flip them over. We build. We paint them into the delicious colors of the avocado company. We did that on the other side, so we continue this one here. Oh! Factory time!
Sonoff 10, OMFG
Oh no!
Sonoff 10, OMFG Sonoff 10.
Thank you, Gantran, for that sub.
OMFG Sonoff 10.
I appreciate it.
Komi, OMFG Sonoff 10. UMFG Sonoff 10.
Yeah, it's going a little nuts.
Other than 40s. 10 OMFG
I don't know why he keeps on finding those extra symbols.
OMFG Sonoff 10. UMFG Sonoff 10. UMFG Sonoff 10. OMFG Sonoff 10. OMFG.
I love it. Thank you for the sub. I really do appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Ladies, thanks to the lovely and wonderful support of people like you that I can keep on doing this. So thank you. Thank you very, very much.
What?
Yeah, the Google AI TTS system that I'm using. I'm using the voices that are part of their sort of chirp line, and they're sort of like, they're really proud of their they're sort of that they're using the sort of their own like AI systems to get it to be get the inflection correct, so it can sort of understand what kind of what has been written there. But every now and then it just does some weird shit, and I love it. They just get stuff oddly wrong, wrongly right. Every now and then things go really well, but for those kind of like TTS sort of like abuse things, that's when it starts behaving really weird at times. And personally, I think that's funny. I hope you guys don't mind. If you do, let me know, and we can see about adding more less egregious TTS options. That's the one. Oh, you're very correct, Death Switch. Thank you, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, the invite link is on a timer, and I just need to update it. Sorry about that. Let us see here. Wait, thank you. Oh yeah. And I was supposed to update all the links, and I didn't. I even wrote it down on my to-do list. Glad I noticed, yeah. Thank you. Let's go here. I feel like Discord is suffering from the same thing. Well, that is plaguing web developers, in that they just can't make simple software run without needing every single ounce of RAM in existence. So I click the link and it's not loading. There you go. Took you forever. Where's my port? Discord suffering? When is it not? Hey, that is very true. Well, as long as you don't have anything else on that might need your computer's resources. And there we go. Hopefully that'll work. That's at least the Discord command link should now be up to date. Okay, now we have an issue here, which is the Z fighting. I have one simple solution, and that is we screw poop this particular pillar 1/2 step further out, so that it's in line with the outer large ones. Because we can have at least some of these sideways pillars, so we can mean like here at the bottom. gonna half step to the... No. Half step to the right. There you go. There we go. So half step. Half step in, there we go. Nah, it breaks too much against the like pre-existing stuff, so I think we're gonna skip these. I check cards. I show my Satisfactory world so far. Ooh, nice. I'll do my best. Yeah, Discord is not the best. It's chaos. Nice. Okay, let's see here. Jump here. Maybe let me push a button. Now those are some impressive looking towers. Holy shit. Nice. Wow. You make me feel bad about my silly little buildings. Now I need to make a nice epic mega tower as well. It's gotta be done. It's in the rules now. Mind the grassy plains arch. And the grassy plains are actually a neat place to build. Like most others, that's where I had my first factories. And I feel like having that inner corner there supported as well. Makes sense to me. There we go. See if we can hide the fact that these are different windows. No, it's not. Not as bad as it could be. As it might have been. And a half step down. Half step down. How would this have worked then? We zoop and a half step in. I feel it makes sense here, as supporting that piece of roof there. Probably want the same solution here. So you go up and half step out. And the gate hole. I think we're just gonna have to put a very, very small inverted ramp. There. Kinda looks a bit more intentional. Whereas here on the lower side, we'll have an actual door. Of course, I kind of forgot that we can make an actual door fit here as well. Like, whoops. There we go. And this is solid, and then we have, you guessed it, heckin' windows. Well, that's a little problematic. There we go. Thanks for another night. It's pleasant company. Hey, no worries, Buffalopius. Take it easy. I hope you have a most pleasant night and or day coming up. Always nice seeing you around. Always nice hearing from you. And I hope all things go well, my friend. There we go. Still got this side, I guess. Almost done with closing up the heckin' factory. There we go. For this one, I think we can do the inverted one. Yes, there we go. Alright. Now that's locked in. As are those. Oh, Jesus Christ, sorry about that. Oh no, I was way too focused. And then suddenly betrayed by the body. We'll do that with a big one, or should be a small one though. As the Astra Mechanicum will say, the flesh is weak, noisy, smelly. It's got all these nasty little liquids. Yeah. Yeah, I can't win. So we gotta make do with what we got. And that means zooping these. Yeah, might as well zoop it all the way then. There we go. And our architecture we find, oh, sweet friend, yes, the metal beam. Bring it down by half. Bring it down by half. Bring it in by. The frick is this? The frick? And have. Hmm? There we go. Did you want the video coffee stain sent out? No, I haven't seen one, no. I just noticed this morning there was an update. No. You can work with that. I'm gonna have to just leave this because it's too close to the elevator. I don't know if I got in me to add too much more detail to that one. Well, tell me, Mark, on the YouTube side, anything really cool and interesting on the coffee stain video? You're in the middle of this quarter. There you go. So then it's a... I'm thinking maybe adding a trucks or something, but you know what? We're gonna see about just sticking a drone port up here or something. Yeah. And it's gonna be leaning a little over there, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, one intersect with that one, has a little space on the side. There we go. Still haven't figured out how to bring power in here though, but you know, we'll get there.
Sorry, bud. Been here all day, but LM lurky worky.
No worries, friend. Hope you're doing good. There. I like that extra silly bend. Brings me joy. Overflow to the right. Good, you? Oh, it's a mental day. It is coming together slowly but surely here. Now we do fruits, computers. The supercomputer exports. Finally done. Only took us 4 heckin' ever. Here, have some batteries, just in case. You know, they're coming in and starting to build up. And this guy needs power. So how do we get the power here? And I know in other situations we've used the elevator. But because this thing effectively only has a single floor. And currently no doors. Now we could and will put in another one of these bad boys. You know what? Yes. this is the final machine of fruit computers that finally makes the supercomputer. So they should, of course, be nice and avocado-y and fruity. Fruity tooty indeed. Oh, buggers. No, please, let me go. Oh. And with this, yeah, because of course not. That would have been too neat. Oh well, we tried. So there's a way out. And from here we find the architecture, and under the architecture we can find the junction where we put in 2. Still need some work, but I'm getting so kind of tired of this place. So now we're just, again, entering the magical land of like just, yeah, good enough. There we go. There we go. Well, the buildings look much more buildinger, so they look a lot better, so that is very nice. And then we do some Zupen. Switch on over to the Swan. There, like that for now. Now we still need the power into there somehow, so one of the options could be to bring in power by a power pole and or a beam from here to there. Kind of leaning towards the beam. H beam. One step further to the left. We can live with that. There we go. Thank you, Wojo, for lurking and escaping. Hope you're having a good time with them lurks and them escapes. And then we look at the... And yep, we don't need the Mark III, but it does look neat. So then we look at the normal wall outlets. Yeah, and we connect these two. Now everyone's got power, everyone's got lights, and I should be able to delete this thing. They got power, they got lights. Everything's working. Excellent, excellent. And getting power straight up upstairs. I think we're gonna pull it. That's potentially, across from here. See if we can make these connect. Man like me, like, you might be off by just a tiny little bit, but hopefully I'm wrong. Yeah, that's a good old off by a meter. Yeah, because these are connected to that one, which is then connected to the lower half of this one. This one then straight up on top of here. Right. So, sadly, nothing too convoluted here. Not this time. This time. Next time, perhaps. Now, you could then be connected to, say, here. And from there, we can connect you to a... power like that one. We look at architecture. Here we find incorrect. Yes, it's motherfucking stacking cross beam. There. Get the clipping. That thing is now properly supported, and this guy's getting power, which means it's actually getting some of these here superior super pooper computers inside them. Hey there, Carpathires. Hope we're doing well. And bringing that power over. Okay, so now we have these going into exports. All kinds of extras are being... we can clean that up later. Being thrown away for a grand total of 361 points. Something per minute. Most likely because we stopped chucking every supercomputer. A lot of the X is still being thrown, but it is what it is. But mostly, all of this keeps working. I'm gonna check on the silica one last time. That is working pretty... looks to be working perfectly. Those exports are full. These exports are full, and whenever there's even extra, then we just throw it in the sink. All of these are working fine. Check on the silly buffer. Silly buffer is doing okay. And the gas buffer... yeah, I think we might need to add another one. Because the good thing is that, yes, indeed, we can... those things are... oh, I hadn't somehow like just realized that the patterns like click together that neatly. Well, that's fun. And that means we do a similar to connection to here. Now, if you would connect from here to there, from there to up here, and then you also have a T crossing through which you connect there. I think we can make that work. We do a pipeline sport, we squiddle poop and take out the stackable version. We put one of these stackable ones right there. Unplug that entire pipe and build that guy there. And that guy there. And now I put you there. Right, it'll work. why won't you freaking auto snap here? The valves don't really matter with the whole pumps being in use. Okay, net minus 1200. And as much as possible is being pumped down to the machines, and everything else is being pumped into this one. Net plus 300, net plus 300. So now there's a bigger buffer for the hydrogen gas. And hopefully that'll help calm those down. As long as there's acid, all of these can run forever. Alright, excellent. We got like extra lights and everything. I think food computers is now done. Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe I should
10 TP.
And that's very true. Oh. That means the food computers is done. So I can have a quick little dog walkie break. So we can keep on going for a little longer. Because the next thing is then figuring out the next part. There we go. So I'm gonna have a little break. I'm gonna go and walk the dogs quickly. Won't take too long. Old man is old and he has pain in his joints. And we need to get him to have a little bit of a poopy. So then I'll be coming back soon. So I'll be right back. I'll walk the dogs quickly. And then we shall finally figure out what exactly did we need all these supercomputers for. Probably some kind of project parts. Hey, see you soon. I'll be right back. Ta-ta. And I have returned. There we go. Yep, Mars escape this. What is that noise? It's a bear! Oh no! Making space bears. Just can't bear them. Really, truly unbearable. These are... Oh, it works. And this guy is filling up with the robos. Alright, let us celebrate our victory with some Happy Fix Day music. We'll have a quick look-see then at what exactly can one do with a supercomputer used to make the neural quantum processor. Fantastic. And the assembly director system. Now the neural quantum ones... So yeah, now they make these ACUs like all proper like. Meaning we should probably then have an exporter for the computer chips and the extra computers. Right. So we could have a smart splitter on top of that thing. And then a second drone port. There, for example. Yeah. Come on. There we go. Notice the backlit convert before, pretty cool. Yeah. The Mark 6s look pretty cool, especially with the lifting, the lifts. You got those beams on them and everything. And if you then have, because you can paint them, and they change color. See here, I painted them green with the avocado scheme have here. Now the beams are kind of brownish. There they are, copper colored. And here everything is gold. Except for the, like, you know, actual freaking belts themselves. But we can, of course, paint them if we do want to. Well, that is not the plan here. And under logistics, we find the an overflow. So only if once the supercomputer machines are fully saturated, then you'll start putting computers into this thing. Because yeah. I'm thinking, well, we can make some supercomputer thingies here, but to make these neural ones, we need something that can actually consume the dark matter residue as well. So these need to be done at quantum, at the Nuka quantum facility, because it's the only thing that actually consumes it. Apart from the Fixonium, I guess. Now, if we try to make them at the Fixonium place, though, let's see here. They consume 200 per minute. And these produce 75 per minute. I don't think we're importing time crystals over there, but we're making the fixite trigons. Ah. I think it'll be, in the end, better to do those over there. Alright, that's quite enough of that. Time for the burst goat simulator. Can I fit this thing here in the middle? I mean, sure, but can I make it look good? Hmm? That won't work. I feel like we could probably force it. Here. So we need a place to grab those chips. I was thinking we could either then send them now we could put a splitter here and then bring them all the way up here to the tippy top. When the worst the Goat Simulator is an improvement over another tape, you know that one has issues. You're not wrong. But at the same time, the worst of Goat Simulator is surprisingly good. I gotta be slightly afraid to hear what if this is their worst, I'd be afraid to hear their best. To be here. I don't know if we'd ever recover from hearing the best of Goat Simulator. Don't tempt them. Oh, do. I'm not your mother. Might be for the best. If you were my mother, things would be a little weird. Think we might be able to pull this one off. Let's hope for the best. A little weird is a slight understatement, yeah? Mama. Let's go here. There we go. And then we place another one of them infinite flow or holes. Nice. And then we find the transportation of our choice, which is, of course, the drone to port. Drone a porto. And the circuit board export. There. So we've got 3 export stations now. Only one of them is sort of actively being fed into, which will be this one. This one is sort of quote-unquote passively being fed into. Very small amount. But still something. Now this one has always been producing like truly excessive amounts of circuit boards. So now some of those can be used for theoretical exports. Excellent. Because we needed those computers. We need the circuit boards. And then we need heavy frames. But I think we are probably okay on those. Because next we would need to make the ACUs, right? Are drones worth it for stuff like coal and sulfur? That really only depends on how much throughput you're gonna have there. If you're gonna use less than 400 a minute, then a drone would be fine. Anything more than that, you're gonna need more of them. Chin chin. So, ACU plus supercomputer equals assembly director system. And the assembly director system I used to make the biochemical sculptor. Trying to figure out routing for some stuff. Yeah. Like, I have... Because a train station allows for the most to be transferred at the same time, but it then also has a limit. It can't bring stuff out while things are getting unloaded, and trains might have bad sort of timing. So what I'm doing here, yeah, so I tried to scatter the trains a little bit. They're both filling into their own in two individual buffers, because one of them filled out and these went through them too fast. And I also have drone being importing some stuff, and we are prioritizing the drone, which we probably don't need to anymore, but things are still working just fine. I am importing a little bit of some limestone, but because we're doing 290 per minute, so it's fine. Iron also just fine. Batteries for everyone. And what? Oh, this one's just drone port 56. You call you know. It exists, does nothing. Oh no. Why are you yellow? Low on gas again. Okay, and that's just weird. Because the pumps aren't pumps. If the pumps worked like pumps, I'd have pumps to maintain the highest pressure right here. Like that's if these were stationaries, I would do. But alas, pumps aren't pumps. They only add head lift, so they won't help me fix my issue. In other words, I'm gonna run away and not look at it. So now we need to go to the Nuka Quantum facility and try to figure out how do we add machines that produce the dark matter stuff. Dark matter gas. $346 items per minute, and even then you are struggling a wee bit. 1, 2, 3. Heavy commuter case? Yeah. Okay, yeah, so We might want to have then go have a look. No, but everything there should be fine. There we go. And you are linked to... Crystal Quartz Export Fruit Computers. There you go. I don't think anyone's grabbing them from there. And we are making them and shipping some for potential exports. Because we should be making more than we can use. So it should be fine. There you go. Now you're being fed batteries. And under the logistics, we find the floor hold. The floor hold goes there, and then we link you up. I end up redoing my road blueprints. I'm definitely making them like more space. One single like 4 meters of space isn't enough for a lot of infrastructure. So I make them twice as tall. Well, I do like the look, but I don't think they'd look any worse if they were like just twice as thick. At least in the middle, so you'd have like 4 meters on the side and then like a 4x4 like foundational tube in the middle. Plus that way, if we make it big enough, we can even hide some, I guess, some catwalks in there. Like a proper infrastructural system. Okay, so now, this one can output the crystal quartz. It'll combine with those and go that way. And the fact that these guys will be emptying a little slower is fine as well. And it is time
Vad
to...
tycker du om lutefisk, Hannu?
Lutefisk. Honestly, I haven't had that much lutefisk in my life. I have a vague memory of trying it when I was a kid, and it's one of those things that, yes, as a kid you're most likely not gonna like. I never tried it as an adult. And for those wondering, yes, lutefisk is a kind of like dried fermented fish kind of thing. How about you, Cobalt Max? You like lutefisk? Oh, silly me. There, fixed. So now there's like access. I do enjoy it. But in bones. And that this facility use up fresh water like them local AI data centers. 100% Star Patrick. Let me check it out. Other facilities, they're using like we're using pumps to like to just pump up all the water we could. But this one, I wasn't content to merely pump up the water from the lakes. I'm literally fracking in order to get more fresh water. Sucking those lakes dry wasn't enough. I'm here to destroy all of your groundwater. Hell yeah. Surströmming with pasta? I don't think I've ever actually had surströmming. I had a bunch of pickled fish in various forms, but not surströmming. Oh, now see, this is why I don't have. I'm very bad at using the public notes for the to-do list, so I keep on forgetting to then look at it every now and then. You can leave a little to-do there with nothing in it. Drone's coming back. It has been here, so 567 items per minute. I'm expecting a smaller load. Surströmming in your morning coffee. No. Fish and coffee, I don't see that working. More than that singing, I'm pretty sure surströmming is a practical joke that got out of hand, much like bagpipes and haggis. Hey, don't use shit talk haggis, man. I love it. Haggis is delicious. I was in Scotland, and it's really good, and it's funny because haggis has the drama just because it involves like sheep's stomach, but it's actually a very sort of mild. It's a very mild food. Just like traditional, like feel good safety foods. And bagpipes are just cool. People hate on bagpipes for no reason, man. Bagpipes are neat. Not just for the music they make, but also because like the just engineering behind it. Because it's like, man, who came up with that like wonderful idea? How about you? No, I don't want to blow into my my whistle and pipe all the time. I'm gonna blow into the bag, and then I can like just squeeze it out when I need to. So I have constant whistling. Sorry, it's less the stomach than the lungs that are an issue. What's wrong with the lungs? Use them for breathing, and apparently they can be quite tasty. Now, of course, nowadays, the haggis I had, it was when I was doing my internship in Scotland. Then one of the people I worked with invited me to his home for a sort of traditional. I can't remember what they were celebrating, and they went, "Hey, we're having haggis. You want something?" Like, yeah, I would love to like experience it. And it was just in this plastic casing now because that's how you buy it from the store because it keeps better. It's similar, it's like like sausages having not having a natural casing. Using them for breathing is fine. Is the issue. Very prone to carrying parasites and diseases. Well, that's why you cook them really at high temperatures. That's one of the key points of why we cook food. It is, yes, to kind of like pre-digest it a little bit, by breaking down the proteins, but also to make sure that the things that want us dead are in fact the ones who end up dead. And then, not us. Yeah. I like eating my food. I'm not a fan of when the food eats me. You silly food, but I am the one who eats. Okay. A little weird, but I can live with it. I never use my lungs for breathing. That's a loser's game. I only breathe out of my anus. That's the reasoning behind a number of countries banning their consumption. Well, yeah. It's sometimes you gotta ban some stuff, sometimes you just gotta like educate people. I mean, it's similar to how in the US it is all eggs must be refrigerated. And they have to be, because they sort of chemically clean all their eggs, which like remove the outer shell, and they do that to reduce the risk of salmonella. In Europe, you're not allowed to clean those eggs for the very same reason, to lower the risk of salmonella. So European eggs, you don't refrigerate those. because they don't need it. You know, an egg is pretty well contained. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be any chickens. You know, they wouldn't live. It's very sterile in there. Alright, all these machines are running. Okay. Keep the mileage low and shit. That's the way. They have to do the same for my brain. Me too, every day. How starfish breathe, eh? Where do you think I learned the technique? They blame everything on the salmon. Very true. Especially Ella. You know, she was one. That was one sick fish. A lot of people died. And, you know, laws were changed around the world. A legendary salmon, Ella. Proof that sometimes you can in fact get a little too freaky. Okay, but the truck stop has worked obviously pretty heckin' well, so that's nice. Salmon are stupid, man. They just die tired. That's very true, but they swim up, you know, rivers, mountains, waterfalls, all the thing. And they do it for the nookie. And they're like, I win, and then they just die. I did it all for the nookie. Come on, do it for the nookie. Yeah, for the nookie. For the sweet, sweet cookie. And that is, yes, the Richard Cheese version, not the corn version. No, wait, no, not corn. It was, I can't remember. Right. Now then, let us have a look-see at our recipe. So the supercomputers, we were trying to make the AI thingamajibs. Now we need some for these. And if we make X... Okay, in theory we're making 10 supercomputers, right? We're gonna need, say, a minimum of 2 machines would take 1.5, so 4 machines would take 3. So let's say 3 supercomputers for the assembly director system, so leaves us with 7. Into assembly dishes. I think somewhere out there, a Chinese enterprise in some garage is just gonna cut over you and sell much lesser than you and produce faster and cheaper. I mean, they might, but then again, AI here has already just beaten us to it. Like with Ada, you have your one employee that can do everything and anything, and they're not even paid. You can't beat those profit margins. And then you don't have to pay for your raw materials either, because you just rip them out of a different planet. Now the supercomputer is turning into neural quantum processors, 3 into 3, so with 1 to 1. And now we need these to make the AI expansion server. And these wanted 4, so 4 and 3. Where do they meet? 12. So to make these, we would need well, shit, we can't do that, can we? We're only making 10. But in practice, we can have one machine making these. The magnetic field generators needs the EM sticks. We have exporters for those. And now we have an exporter for the other things. Should probably go back there and add an export station for the crystal oscillators as well. Oh well, it'll be fine. And the neural quantum processor turns into AI expansion servers, 1-to-1. And if we put 3 of them into the assembly directors, so this one needs these. One-to-one. So how about we give 6 of them to this one? Then we make 6 machines here, and that's enough to 1.5 of these. I like that. That feels pleasant enough. The time crystals, well, we were making 30, now we're making 60, so that's would be enough to maintain these. Excellent. The fixite trigons, we'll have to import stuff. We might have to increase our fixite ingot production. Yeah, one of our problems is constantly the dark matter residue here. Because we can't package it, can't really store it. We could, I guess, in theory, store it a little bit and ship it over somewhere by a fluid truck. That could be pretty funny in a way. Because the only thing we can do with it really is make more of the dark matter crystals. And those, well, that just only requires diamonds, and diamonds in theory only requires coal. And but we add in the crystal quartz, we get a better conversion ratio. Eight coal into 1 diamond. 30 coal into 3 diamonds. That's 10-to-1. That is still worse than this one, and it takes turbo fuel. But it makes them super fast though. But meh. Petroleum diamonds takes petroleum coke. Okay, 10,000 crude oil into 2 diamonds. So it is 5,000 crude oil per diamond. That is very fucking slow and inefficient. Whereas if we turn them into petroleum coke first, I think we'd get a lot more out of it. Now there's 5,000 into 1, 24 into 1, 12 to 1. Yeah, so the quartz one keeps on being the best deal. So we should have a quickie looky here. Yeah, you're idle, that's fine. Okay, the quartz crystal imports are doing just excellently fine here. So I'm thinking about putting in a storage container here in between, so that the import can keep on going a bit more smoothly and having a bigger buffer for these, because they do go through a whole lot of them though. And we got 10, so making 300 diamonds. These are consuming 60. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this would then be, in theory, consuming 300 diamond. That is if I've set them all to that. But then they're making more dark matter crystals that are also being consumed. Although only barely, because it is slowly filling up, but it is very slowly. And oh, thank God, yeah. If it goes over, we have our good old magic McSync. So I'm thinking about making another facility where we would just import all the coal we can get. We're making just crazy amounts of diamonds. And then we can export the diamonds. Because all of these would still only be consuming 300 diamonds. And that is a number a drone can maintain. And these guys are consuming 24 diamonds per minute and that is 5 times 24, well, that would be 120. And that's why half of the output goes into here, so 150. So these should... And these are getting 150 diamond. Okay, so another diamond facility would be a good move. We'd want to zoom on in and find some more untapped coal. Well, these, for example, are pretty much straight up not being maximally used, nor are these. I mean, okay, but these are feeding other things, so we don't really want to mess with those too much. Those guys are feeding everything over there. We don't want to mess with that too much. And eventually we're going to run it out of power, and then we'll have to redo all of that there into making a rocket fuel. Here is a bunch of coal we're not really touching. All of the... Okay, 3 of them normal, that's a whole bunch. Impure and impure, but that's easy. There's a train track going here, so we can have a train come here and pick up a bunch of that coal. I should build a radar down here. Because and now we just need diamonds so we can get rid of our freaking dark matter stuff. And that would be good. Because these, we can throw in extra, even more shards if we want to, pretty much. Or build strange walls and have another level of these on top of these. Because right now, yeah, these are sharded to be at 200%. And we could instead remove those, take that power drain down a little, and then just have another layer on top. Because their inputs are gas and material, so we don't need to worry about head lift or nothing. Jesus. You damn kids. Yeah, that'll work. These guys are already overproducing the crystal oscillators, which we needed to make something else that I wanted to do. I think it might have been for the radio oscillator, radio thingamabobby. These one, the radio control systems. Because we're going to need those for the pasta machine. Because here we have... We bring in alclad casing. Alclad, but not the aluminum casings, but we could... So now we could import these, and those. And these are made here. We can import... And these are already being imported. So a drone could bring in a little bit of these. You go through 15 per minute. So we could have 10 of these machines going through 150 units of circuit boards a minute. Because I'm pretty sure that would be within the surplus made by the circuit board tower. The aluminum casing, though, is an issue because we have one aluminum facility and it just is not keeping up. Now, the aluminum casing facility, our aluminum production would have to be on water. And preferably with access to sulfur. Again, would be here. Yeah, we're making the whole... Okay, we're making an excessive amount of sulfuric acid already to do the leach ingots of... Caterium. And we could start turning some of those into fixite. Because we are making a little bit of extra, and all that extra is being currently thrown into the sink. So instead, throwing that into the sink, we turn that into fixite, so it's a fixite trigon, so we're going to need anyway. So I think the conversion for those is one of the better ones. This one is Yeah, and we needed more SAM sites, but yeah, that's going to be something we add to the truck network. Like this one can add to the truck network. The road has, I think the road is like really close to this one, so we can add another SAM processing facility here as well, and add that to something that the trucks can pick up, because this one has the devil's anus. This will be, I don't know, the devilish bunghole. You know, stick with the theme, of course. And yeah, because power is something we'll need to look at soon. Ish. Come on, there's gotta be a power pole here somewhere. My maximum consumption has hit 112. The capacity is now 80 for some. See, it keeps on sinking very far down every now and then. I'm not. Can't be your dip because that's not that big of a. Yeah, but yeah, so it is something else. And the only thing that I can think of between those massive dips would be some instability with the nuclear stuff. Again. But it shouldn't have any instabilities. Unless, of course, some of the imports are getting broken, which they very well might be. Oh. The drones are bringing stuff. The trucks are... I think kind of technically still bringing stuff. But I think... Yeah, we would love a buffer of some sort here. That's a merger. So what if I were to... stick one of these here. Looks a bit too far to the side. Yeah, that'll be easier to like stick in here, to be honest. I'd like the industrial version, but yeah, it's not like we can fit it in here. Again, why we want this one to soon be made of bigger stuff. Better blueprints. So this way the truck stop can empty, pretty much. No. Okay, this is another bonus for the truck stops, though. They have really good throughput, in theory, because they have 2 inputs and 2 outputs. So they can have a exchange of 2,400 rather than 1,200. And I'm going to change this one from a merger to a priority merger. There. So that if there's stuff in here, prioritize this stuff first, then this stuff. And this one will allow for the, at least hopefully, trucks to empty a little faster. And we've got 2 trucks picking up from the same spot, and the same spot is actually not making that much sound. It's 1 single node. So that's why, yeah, we need more nodes. And yeah, we can then have the idea of having a central logistics center if we want to ramp up production, to that level. But mostly things seem to be doing A, O, and K. What I can do is start by getting rid of these. Single one shall be allowed to keep existing for a while. Even though its output here is nothing. Because this is pretty much only needed to essentially kickstart the system. There we go. Don't even pick up stuff like as a joke. There we go. Now, the Dark Crystal Exporter. Oh. Sure, there you go. You can start running again. Okay, so those are not connected in a healthy manner. There we go. Let's make a better version of the power tower, the battery house blueprint, and then we can try to make more of those. Now, let's see here. You make simply the photonic matter that is needed for some of these. All y'all are producing. You're all on, you're all on. And ultimately, every single one of them is producing. This shit. Flow rate is already at 600. Okay, and there was a reason for it. Working the way it did. That's because all of these consume more than a Mark II pipe can actually deliver. So we need to then be able to fill up the pipe from both ends. There we go. Wait. Weird sort of lift thing there. Yeah, fair enough. It's a little wonky, but it gets the job done. So now all of that output, which is from those, goes to that end of the pipe, and all this goes through this end of the pipe. Excellent. Alright, yeah, so they just want more dark matter. And that is what I aim to provide. Now, to do that, we need those neural thingies. And they require these. So the supercomputers, the time crystals are being made here. 2 of these machines would then consume the 30 extra, extra we're making. Then the supercomputers are being made, give them 150 extra dark matter residue. Then we need 90 units of fixed site trigons. And 150 extra excited photonic matter. You're currently making 180. No, it's one more machine. Easy as pie. And 2 machines, and they'll consume some of this output. They'll import supercomputers, and then they will just pipes. There we go. Thought I was just gonna continue this thing out here, but then I realized, you know, it's already like sinking into the sand. Might as well build a new machine, and yes, let's make it a tall building. There we go. Now we shall celebrate by changing away from the music of the goat to the music of the absolute fix-it. And a piece of juice. There we go. Heckin' wonderful. The thing is, we know the minimum size we need. And that would be above the sand. Excellent. Well, width-wise, it is 1, 2, 3, at least 4. I'm thinking, could I do it somewhere else? But then I realized, oh yeah, nope, because we just need to get all the gas here. So all these dark matter producers are gonna live here now. It's just the way it is, I'm afraid. And if we find out of production, we find the joys of the quantum encoder. Yeah. We can have a quick math here, like how tall did we make these buildings? They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can't have that now, can we? It's got to be a nice, beautiful little coated concrete foundation, of course. None of these boring gray shit. Cutting it awfully close there, drone. I'd prefer it if you didn't. Just saying. Temperature stuff from here. These are imported, and these we make on site, and the excited photons get made on the rooftop. There we go. So 2 of these make 6 neural bananas. And because we built stuff here using the big concrete pillars, might as well maintain that. And there we go. And we go here, we go bump, bump, and there we go. There we go. There we go. No idea how big of a space we'll be needing all in all. But yeah, we'll be importing the fixed site by drone. So then we'll be making the trigons on the upper levels. The rooftop gets the photon exciter. Yeah. There. All nice and weird like, but now we got some better flying support. Now we needed 90 fixed site trigons. Which means that's just 3 constructors going through 30 fixed site ingots a minute. That's actually not bad. Not bad at all. And that'd be a nice little rooftop hut. Very much. And on the rooftop we'll also then put in the 2 drones we need. One to bring in the batteries. And one the supercomputers. And one to export all the shit we're making right here. And I think we can make that work just fine. We go to the personnel elevator, and we're gonna have this one have a floor entrance there, and then the rooftop entrance would be there. So I think we're gonna then have some catwalks, which would then go higher up. Yeah. We probably might have to move the entire machine so that they then match the catwalks. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably not a bad idea at all. Now let's see. We're gonna do some catwalk stairs here to just get us started, and then we do a T-junction. Okay then. So either there. But I feel like the back end here becomes a little too tight and busy. So then I'd rather do there. Now we have a catwalk connection. I'm pretty sure that was 3. 1, 2, yeah. If really, I can't have one there. I can if I do it that way around. Okay, so the floors can't touch each other. I mean, fair enough. And I guess that way we can have a... catwalk connection. Like that. And the power comes in. Right there. There we go. Excellent then. So that'll be those two. And the power connection all the way to the roof. And here, yeah, we now wanted then 3 constructors. One, 2, 3. Yeah, so again, 2 per side. 2 per long side. And we can easily fit them like on so. It's a little busy. If we do it this way. Like, let's say you then give out the batteries, goes up, goes this way, you bring in the trigon. I mean the fixed site. The fixed site comes out. Then you make the trigons, the bygons. That'll be better that way. There we go. Okay, and then we could have pretty much... Yeah. Then we have one merger there in between because, you know, half goes there, half goes there. There we go. Heckin' perfect. 45 and 45. That's what we need. So this is then the Trigon production. So this is the fixed site importer. Do we have a good color for these? Not really. This would be the closest I get. This sort of sandy... Yeah. Now we do transport drone. There you go. Same one, and you are Luca Quantum. Neuro battery import. We sort, we check the bat, we put the bat. And one singular battery export machine. So this means we need a catwalk. More than one, in fact, yes. And they should be connected to here, go down, maybe have a walkway connection around here. There you go. Beautiful, beautiful. Batteries. Check out the architecture. Within the architecture, we discover our beloved friends, the Catty McWalkies, who only want to link into this one for some reason. I never really fully understood. There. Just so it looks neat. Well, that won't do. Even that feels like it's a little in the way. Now zoop those across. There we go. Nice catwalk access into all these catwalky places. And from here we find the idea of the architecture, our friend, and... no. Good old cross beams. Four. No heckin' bastard. Come on. Alright, well that makes that choice for us. So we can't put a beam up from there. Yeah, they can't touch. Can't cross the beams. And the elevators. They know people. Can't cross them. You'll end up in very, very hot water. Alright, they're off to pick up some shit. To spread some stuff here. The Ghostbusters reference. Yeah. Now, I've seen some movies. I'm no spring chicken. Doing well, Slipper. And this is then the fix site. Import. There we go. How to factorize? It is factorizing quite well. We have a large factory done with the makers of the supercomputers, and I realized I made this place too tight. Let's see if we can untighten the goose. I mean, fairly, yeah, easy enough to stick some stuff that way. Now give us more than enough space. It might be easier to just knock some stuff off from over here. Instead, nothing else will get to escape the the bricketing. And now we're forced to add some interesting shapes. There. Good. Been lurking all night, but I had to sleep. Got up an hour ago. Hey, well, thank you for the lurk. I really do appreciate it. It is true what they say, lurkers make Twitch go round. The lurk game is strong in many of us. I'll drink to that. Chin chin. Hey, Doggo. Give me a quick sec. Hello. Hey there, Buffalopicus. Back from my appointment, and you're still going. You mad of a north. It's what I do. I mean, we've barely gotten past 8 hours. That's usually the minimum I go for. Why am I even looking at these things? Oh, right, that's why. Looking for the good old conveyor splitter. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't do those. But I hope the appointment went well, Buffalopicus. Now there's catwalk access there, and you. Go there. The supercomputer import, these ports, linked to the food computer, supercomputer export. There you go. Alright, and the trigons are being made. So now we've got the trigons, we got the supercomputers, the time crystals are there. Now we need to figure out how to get these into the actual machines, plus decoration and lighting and all that. Ooh. Yeah, don't look too close to all of that. Too much happening. The camera gets upset. We'll figure it out. Using the lovely little elevators. Power goes between places. I see. The little hands were playing with each other and waving, and then when they realized that they were getting watched, they got caught. Huh. Back to work. This is what happens when you have AIs talking to AIs, talking to AIs, talking to AIs. Then like small individual components of a machine are semi-sentient. Doing whatever the heck they want. When we still need one more machine that needs to be on the rooftop, we should be able to fit it. It is, of course, the converter. Yeah, it's a little tight. This one will end up with a rather busy looking rooftop, but not necessarily that big of an issue. And fine. They're very nice and offered what help they could. In today's world, I'm happy to even have that much. Yeah, I would 100% agree, yeah. Life is what it is. And sometimes getting even like some help, any help, is just... all you can ask for, really. No, he make this stuff. We needed like 180, I think, for the math. $150. Nice, and this one will have more stuff sticking out, like this guy. So what if the pipe were to then go... you know, like that. Okay, okay, okay. And then a stackable support. There. There we go. Sir, messing with stuff again? Looks like it a bit. Had to laugh. Now, 2 weeks ago, all the radio synchronized clocks in my house went mad and decided I was on the opposite side of the continent. Nothing I could do has been able to correct the 5-hour error. All the clocks in the doctor's office had the same error. And what's up with the radio time signals? Oh. Shut them down for it being too woke. I mean, could be. Or, you know, government cut down, someone, you know, cut funding and never told anyone. I was wondering, why aren't the clock working? And everyone's pointing fingers. Who did this? You did this. And no one realizes that, okay, there was one guy who was maintaining all of that, got fired. You know, the good old classic. There's one person left who knows how to do the thing. Quick, let's fire him. To save costs. Things are still not working. You know what? We need more managers. More middle management. Right. Now they get the Trigons. Then let's say we use those walls and combine them with normal walls. Then under the logistics we find the funny little wall hole. The dandiest of the wall holes. Intern will fix it, yeah. Oh, intern deleted the production database. Oh no. The AI can fix it. Yeah. I mean, the intern might make some mistakes, but the AI will, like, just literally unmake machines, you know. I think the intern might, you know, accidentally delete something, but you can always, like, undelete it thanks to pull requests and whatnot. The AI will, you know, will delete it and destroy everything. Every possibility of getting it back. It turns out the intern was the last person who knew how the machine worked. Everyone else, you know, has left for greener pastures. Long, long ago. Not entering Bobby's drop table's fault. Thought he was entering his username. Ah. Love sweet little Bobby tables. You gotta love XKCD. Excited photons being made, sent into the machine. The sweet sexy triangles being sent into the machine. Has anyone given you any power? They have, because you're full of supercomputers. And excellent. How do we get those in there, though? Now, in a completely unrelated topic, we're gonna have to then do these now. Why? Because I said so. There we go. Nice little support structure for the very important importing machine we forgot all about. The main thing, we just built the freaking giant fruit computers compound machinery, like all the things, just to make these supercomputers for, you know, this project among other things, and we instantly forgot about. Oh yeah, right, that's what we need then. Let's import the fixed side. Cares about no super pooper computer hooters. Oh, that almost neat. Kind of like how all the banking machines still run in COBOL, all the programmers of which have long retired. Yeah, and there's a very small niche group of coders who get those jobs, who will still practice and learn COBOL, and they get paid the big bucks because they can honestly say, "You can't fire me. You can't. There is no replacement. I'm it. I'm the one. Someone else can learn COBOL. In theory, they can. In practice, but I'm the only one who knows how this machine works. Good luck with that. And the fun fact, San Francisco's light rail system has to be booted from a floppy disk every morning. I think I've heard of that rumor before, but that is amazing. And that is why I hate the fact that sensible infrastructure never gets the budget they need. All the company money goes into like, let's support more of these mega companies and bail them out as they fail. It's just, you know, tragic, even. And both in college and never used any of it. Ooh. I wonder if my Fortran 77-inch chops could get me a sweet gig running a Metro light rail system somewhere. Maybe. But even though there as well, you have to still remember that in practice, though, those things are paid pretty well. So there are actually a lot of people who could, in theory, replace them, but not that many. And even then, I think they're like very much, yes, a dying breed. Well, I did that the dumbest way possible, now didn't I? Never stopped me before. And the famous words of Goofy. I'll do it again. And that's the fun thing with Goofy. The murders never stop. Never can, never will. And then the time crystals. What the freak? No. Oh. Huh. A tiny little wiggle at the end. Ow. Hey there, Pythos. Hope you're doing good. Captain Venus, you patched again. Man, they so bad, but Ostron still has my brain. Yeah, I mean, there's too many good games, and apparently so many of them like doing updates and shit right now. I'm like, oh. Still haven't astronauted. Still haven't stationeered. So much stuff that needs doing. Did a bunch for something else as well. Cyclica. The Cyclica thing I talked about on the clonk on Monday. Ooh. Well, I hope it gets better soon. Okay. Haven't played COY in a while. They had a train since I last played. Should be interesting. Yeah, I got it not too long ago, but you know I can do one. I can only play so much. I can't play too many games, so then I'll get caught up in the next one, and then I'll never finish this run. So that's why I need to finish this run first before I'm allowed to start the next one. Also noticed something I've been like playing around with for years. I mean, well, not years, but for a while. So I'm okay with doing like a quick run. See if we can then, because I'm sure with 1.0, I'm assuming there should be some kind of story. See if we can find it. Neat. But Captain of Industry, man, that's gonna be one of those things that really sucks me in. Haven't played COI in a while. They've really improved the train scheduling. It's really good now. Like, you just add stations, fuel stops, and holding yards to network, and it dispatches its own trains. And it's on the trains, and then it uses them as it needs. That sounds pretty cool. And also, it's really rough. I would not recommend it until it gets a few patches, but what is there is perfectly tickling in my brain. Oh, yeah, I've played Astronauts. A lovely game. But yes, I'm surprised they launched a 1.0. I mean, I'm assuming the devs want to do other things as well. Is one of the main reasons, but it doesn't feel like it's quite at the 1.0 state just yet, to be honest. But I do very much enjoy that game. It is a really fun one. Like I've said before, and I'll say it again, the game doesn't have to be a technical masterpiece to be fun. For me, there's a few things of clunk, but they are few and far between. Oh, okay. Yeah. But yes, the game definitely has its issues, but now I agree, most of those issues are relatively easy to get past. Can I find a sort of neat way to get past all this? Oh, doing all that clunking. These guys are just playing around. I saw you. So I was kind of thinking like maybe we could put a splitter here. It doesn't really, then it will like, cut through all kinds of stuff I don't want it to cut through. I guess we could put a splitter here. And then a lifter perhaps? Because if it goes one lift up, then it goes to the left, it can go over these. Go through here, head over here, go in here. Then enter the quantum encoder. And then use a floor hole, I guess, to get above. Yeah. The NPCs are just flat out to not work. And if you ignore them, the spaceship plays a hoot and a half. I've had an NPC on a run, and they were pretty handy though. That's because I like building a large amount of stuff, and they just leave all the orders out, and then when they feel like it, they go and do their job. So it did help me building like large ship faster. Function over beauty is often much better in game design. I've really enjoyed it. In-depth mechanics versus pretty games a lot more than the last 10 years. Oh, 100%. Agree with that one. Oh yeah. Yeah. Pretty is worthless. Pretty, it's fun. It's nice, I guess. But a game? I want my game to work. I want a game to be fun. I'm not here to look at it. It's a bonus. It's nice. But I'm not here to look at it. I'm here to play it. Alright, let's see if we can make this. So... Okay, that looks like appropriately convoluted. That works. There's all these SAM in my pockets. I'm gonna have to see if I can dump it into these machines. The NPC to crew takes a bit of planning. You don't tell them to manually to do things. You plan builds, repairs, hauling while they're on their work shift, and they'll do it. But if they're on their free shift, they're going to fill out their needs, like conversation, sleep, and the like. Actually telling them to do things does a major hit on their autonomy, and they hate that. You don't tell me what to do. You're not my real boss. But I am. But screw you, man. You're just the man trying to hold me down. Oh, well that's actually a pretty good one. So let's see, can I fit one of these here in a way that would make sense? Because again, I want these guys to have a buffer, sort of always if possible. Oh no, did the thing again. All right. All right. That all worked. There we go. Back to figuring out how to get the time crystals from point A to point B in a way that I find even vaguely appealing. Like that. If it's too uneven. Oh, yeah. Jack looking deep systems game, but all the systems need to work. That's very true. Well, maybe not all, but enough of them at least. There you go. And when talking about the new crew members, they're just walk off mid-conversation. There's a space station which is supposed to be in ill repair, but the NPCs can't figure out how to maintain it well enough to keep themselves alive, stuff like that. And currently looks into a few who have conversation choices. Nod a yes sir, and the breaking are you single, which caused them to stand there. Use either nod or yes sir, follow them up with another conversation. What a clearly deeper understanding with some of the conversation choices are landmines and would avoid them at all until you get patched. Yeah. I mean, they've always had some of those issues, and especially with the other stations. I love the system, but I hope they will get them all fixed. Yes. It worked before, but my assumption is that there has been some issues in the code that changed it, which why it is a really minor issue that I can overlook. And don't avoid them. Just when you choose it, follow it up with another option, though I would avoid the are you single one. Yeah. When I was able to continue a quest by talking to a dead character. That was cool. I'm sure they'll patch it. Yeah. I'll let the NPC ask it. That is something I do think they need to fix. When you have a quest to talk to someone, and that person dies on a ship and they get deleted, they should either give you a resolution that incurs no penalties or gives the NPC the same story progression. Yeah. Now, for things that I think they should add, is first aid, being able to heal other characters or bring them to medical bed so they can recover. 100% agree, yes. For as complex in the game is, it works really well and it is fun. Yes. I'm not so upset about it. It's a small team that has a complicated game. I have faith it'll get patched as fast as they can, and I can still have plenty of fun avoiding the dodgy stuff. Yeah. You know, I bought the early access, and if you just look at the hours of fun I've had with it, whether it's janky or not, they've earned my money. 100%. And that's the thing, you know, it'd be cool if they finished the game and they got all the jank fixed. But, you know, life happens sometimes, and I do understand that. I wish they'd fix it and they get it all to work. Although I can't always get what we want. Yeah, so I was thinking we could do this, and we should be able to walk easily enough beneath here, yeah? So then we do a full wall hole here. Yes. Which means we find the walls with even the most basic one. Wait, no. You... Come on, man. Why are you like this? I love these frame walls and things, but it's really difficult to be able to place them sometimes. And that's the most annoying part, in my opinion, that it's sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes they do exactly what you want, sometimes they don't. Logistics. Okay. Oh. How would this work? Like you find a way. Okay. There we go. And now we do that. And now I remove this one. Can I? It looks like I can. One down. Ooh. Unfortunate, but we're gonna have to live with it. Nice. I thought about what things could be done in the future, such as a multiplayer mod. One thing that would be neat to change for that would be to cut down on the different fast forwards and make it a vote for time skips. Yeah, I think a multiplayer mod would be pretty impossible unless everyone was pretty much like station bound or like everyone's on one giant ship together, that kind of stuff. I like Songs of Six in my mind. They get credit for even trying something unique. I know they're mortal. They deserve my patience. 100%. Yes. Nice. Another sculpture by the famous artist Dandy Warhol. Exactly right, apple shavings. I wish most of the gaming community shared the sentiment. Well, there are far too many people who jump into writing a negative review for a small thing that doesn't break the game and never report the issue. 100%. And that's true in everywhere. People are very good at complaining in exactly the wrong avenue, place. Well, they could be reporting the issue to people who can actually fix it. They'd rather all complain to each other and themselves and give everyone a bad name and never actually help fix the problem because they never let the people who actually can fix the issue know that there is an issue. It's a shame. And how much more do you have to go until you win? Those things top right, pretty much. I'm doing it in a very, very slow and slow way. I've said it before. If I really wanted to, I could win this thing in a few hours, pretty much. Because I have a lot of these raw materials made by hand, by design. So I can just slap down some machines to do what we need to do to win the game, and then just fill them out of my pocket and get it all working. But I kind of like the way, I like the challenge and I like building. Factory looks amazing. Well, thank you, Carpathize. Now this is the Nuka Quantum facility with the Power Claw, Hand of God thingy-majig. And we're doing a new building here. It doesn't have any walls, but that's okay. Now this thing's output needs to get linked into these guys' output, which means we do that. We get rid of these. I might be able to pull this one off there, eh? Good enough. And save off there. There we go. So now they're feeding the machines with even more antimatter stuff. My favorite negative reviews recently were for Iron Nest. There's a cat. You can now walk around the cabin, and you can customize the cat. But once you offer character customization, gamers lose their mind. Lots of people are mad because they can't make their cat. Ah! Oh no. Yeah. Never give people too much customization options. Much more fun to build to me as well. One of the reasons I love this game is the free building. 100%. Yeah. That is one of the things that really I love about this one. Like I will say a Factorio is more fascinating in the automation because you have your coding, your signals, and all that one. If in that way, that gives you that more complexity. But the joys of just three-dimensional architecture, self-expression, and so on. Yeah. In that, Satisfactory is the clear winner. I wonder if I could just put one of these here for like kind of shits and giggles. Illuminate the claw. The ability to stack things or clip them to create unique designs, the infinite resources, and the blueprints make it super enjoyable to me. 100, yes, I agree, Sleeper, 100%. And oh, I think most devs make a mistake with bug reporting tools. I'm not going to create a Discord account to report a bug. I agree. And they deprive themselves of a lot of good information by not providing a way to report bugs in the game itself. Yes, 100% agree with that one. Yes. Not just games, all software. I do agree. Having an in-game reporting system would work wonders for giving a snapshot of the log that they have at that moment. And a game for everyone is a game for no one. That is very true. That is true. Same, all forms of art pretty much, and I guess all product design really. Product for everyone is product for no one kind of thing. Or if you have the gamers any customization, be prepared for them to demand full customization. Yes. Well, part of the bug reporting process is what I did, what I was expecting to happen, and what actually happened, how to duplicate. That is very true. And the couple snacks again. Hope you're doing good. And oh, I've been on for almost 9 hours. Whoopsie. Whoops. It happened again. Okay, now these machines are making the neural quantum processors. Now, why am I even making these? I'm making them for make the AI expansion server. And good old AI inflation, I guess. And for that one, we also need the magnetic field generators. We're making 6 here, and that is pretty much the maximum with the rate of flow we got here. Now, yeah, the plan was to then feed into 1.5 AI expansion server machines. We're making the superposition oscillators here on site, so that's easy enough. It'll require 200 units of excited photonic matter, That's easy to do. That's one of those cubes. Whoopsie. Happens sometimes. Yeah, the Yumi Bomber. And then we'll need 6 magnetic field generators. Now, how did we make these? For these ones, we need versatile frameworks and electromagnetic control rods. And one machine makes one per minute. And we need 6 of these, so we need 6 electromagnetic control rods. I'm pretty sure we're already making that, so we can just import them by a drone. And 6 times 2.5 would be 12. So 15 versatile frameworks per minute. If we're not making that, it should be easy enough to make happen. Plus, I have one giant container full of them. It'll be fine. I think it's unrealistic to expect casual gamers to do how to duplicate legwork. Yes, because I'm like, how do some people that they might even try, but there is no blueprint on what do you expect from me? How do I fill out your report for how to duplicate? I don't know. Try to do a backflip. And what someone say, like press W space shift kind of thing. It's like, you need to give people more information, more examples of what kind of information to fill out. It's fine to accept them from a QA team, yeah. But if Bubble Tables is playing a Space Blast in 20, can't hope for much more than a click on the I has bug button. Yes, very, very true. Yeah. I mean, that's true for like all kinds of game design, like a service thing, I think. Is you have to make, if you want people to do something, you have to make it as easy as possible for them. George Carling once did a bit. Sorry? He said, think of the dumbest person you know. And I realize over half the world is dumber than that. Yeah. Think of like how many of all the people you know, where do you think is their average intelligence? And then you realize, that you already live in a sort of like siloed environment. However bad you think it is, the reality is always more horrifying. There we go. More catwalk connections, yeah, needs walls and decorations and things. And, yeah. I think it's fair to equate it to intelligence. These people are not the game devs. They don't have time, training, and interest. It's not a question of not being able to figure out the doorknob. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, Buffalo. I do agree with that. It's never a question of intelligence, yeah. And even any very intelligent person cannot spontaneously, know. They pull the information out of the ether, like, this is how I fill out a bug report. If you've never done it before, like professionally. So you have to like help people make a bug report, tell them what you're expecting, then hoping from them, and yeah, and of course make it as easy as possible. Yeah, it's very easy to forget that whatever is like obvious to you is usually absolutely filled and riddled with just, I'd say, unknown knowns, because we're all known about known unknowns and unknown unknowns. Things you don't know, and things you don't even know you don't know. And then there's a lot of things that I'd say like unknown knowns, like things you don't know. Like you don't realize that this isn't obvious for everyone. There's no, people make assumptions and so on. Those would be the unknown knowns. And that happens a lot. Like a lot. So you really have to be careful with those assumptions, You know, the crawling bit, I was just laughing about the whole, you know, wonders of statistics. And how easy it is for the people in charge who are designing things, making things, to assume, like, why would anyone do this, you know? Why would anyone make, like, a mistake like X or something? Like, well, not necessarily a question of them being done to, like, too dumb, but also, yeah, like I said, you know, known knowns, unknown knowns, all that jazz. Very easy to make the wrong assumption. Sometimes terrifyingly easy. So what if I don't do that? And we cut that out. Not that. Whoop-a-down. So what can I do with this footprint, especially if we push it that way? Now for this one, we know that the length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. So we'll make fit 8 of these here. Well, the answer is yes. There's 1, 2, 3, and there's 8. Alright, now how much width do you need? Like, actually, it is 1, 2, 3. Minimum width of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, well, that's more than that. So that way we can fit an elevator, say, here. What now? There we go. And build the building here, where we would have, for that machine, we'll make magnetic field generators on top. And we need 6 machines, so 6 assemblers. Well, we got the blueprint that has 3 assemblers, so 2 of those that we import the EM control rods, and we'll need to make an exporter for the versatile framework, but that's easy enough. I did the why would anyone do that in Osteros last night. My dude was doing construction tasks and I saw him pick up a wall piece I didn't know we had in storage. I didn't want him using ugly orange walls, so I paused, threw the wall in the trash, then resumed. Poor automated spaceman lost his mind and assembled an infinite stack of unwalls in the spot he was headed to. Through so many nulls. Yeah. Exactly. And then what happened, yeah. Unfortunately, without being able to duplicate the bug, it is much harder to fix, yes. If you even be so much as having a particular items at a certain level of damage in the inventory. Yeah, that can happen. Okay, it's 20 past 7. I should probably eat something today as well. All I've had today is coffee, tea, drinks, and 1 beer. Food might be an idea. And quick look at the assembly. Well, this size will have 1 per level of these. So the question is, do we want these on the lower levels or upper levels? I think we have lower levels of those. Oh yeah, that's the CB version. Looking at that, didn't I change those? And I did. There we go. This is the new and improved version. Now, if we leave you here, you'll be... Yeah, we get it. There. We'll get it to work. But years debugging communication software with nothing more than memory dumps. Ooh. That's just amazing. Now, if it crashes the game, it might be a divide by zero situation. Yeah. It can be brutal to figure out without good context. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. And even with good context, it could be you had a specific combination of items on your person, which seems to be so innocent that we have no idea of what it would be relevant. That's very true. And also, it might be local memory issue. You know? Or like, say, you know, a certain manufacturer's processor that is actively, aggressively just unmaking itself, so that you'd buy a new one. So innocent, we have no idea of it, or even did X things but not Y things. Yeah, there's so much that can and will go wrong. Right, I've been on for quite a while now, and like I said yesterday, there'll be no stream tomorrow. I need to be able to go to places and, you know, drive to places, do things. So I gotta do some stuff. And stuff that you did like 5 hours ago, playtime wise. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Got that, you know, some flag that has or has not been flagged in memory, and then you finally get to a point, and then there's some unexpected combination of things leads to just bugging out. Can happen. We have done a lot of things today. We finally finished the computer factory. It's nice and beautiful, and we're never going back. And now we have to make some more in-game components that sadly we pretty much all have to do here, because this is where we make our dark matter crystals. And it's the only way I really have of getting rid of the dark matter gas. Diamonds are being produced aggressively again, so that's nice. And yeah. So I'll be back again on Sunday, because I was planning on maybe doing a Friday stream, but instead we're gonna have a nice little outing with the missus instead. Sorry about that. IRL won me over. So thanks for hanging out, Buffalo. And get yourself taken care of. I'm probably going to do more than that today. Face and wrist still hurts, and brain's not totally functional. Betting on taking the rest of the week off. Well, I thought if you're not entirely certain, then the answer might be you probably should. But then again, I don't know, depends. Sometimes, you know, the streaming and playing can be very, very relaxing, and that's exactly what you need. And sometimes it can be very stressful and tiring, and not really what you need. It really depends on you. Do you think the situation might be draining or sort of rewarding? But either way, I hope it gets better soon, friend. I hope it heals up. So I shall now shave the game. And isn't it exciting? That means that next time we're finally going to start on our first actual project part for Phase 5. Because the nuclear pasta is just the same one that I had in Phase 4, and it just ran in the background and got done. And now we exit the desk of tops. The hell was that? Oh, it was an actual bark. I heard like some weird echoing sound effects. And like, what the frick? Oh, it was the real world. And then we find the song. You know what song it is? It is the song of your mama. The drink and industry. And then we shall see who is out and who is about. And where, my friends, where do we raid? What are people doing? What are people playing? Hey, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, Speed Kills O2. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Lovely. Oh. That alert came in double. Thank you for pointing it out. Thank you, Real Zamir. Now, okay, quick looky. Yeah, there's one. And we're there. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. Okay, there's no one doing that. Okay. I think we're gonna raid off to someone I haven't seen being on for a little bit. Someone who took a bit of a rest. So let's welcome him back, and it is of course the one, the only, the Perkos. The biggest sort of mainly plays Vintage Story. Does also does enjoy a good automation game, colony builder, survival crafter of other sorts, but is in fact playing Vintage Story again. So I'm gonna send you all over there, because he's always a good time. Friend of the stream and all that. So thank you everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time, because I had another wonderful day with all of you, and hope all of you have a wonderful day. So I'll be seeing you around, my friends. I'll be back on Sunday, so I'll be taking like 3 days off. Spend time with the missus. Do some IRL stuff. I'll be seeing you around back then. Thank you for hanging out, Sleeper. Thank you, Speed Kills, once again. Thank you, Pythos, Real Zamir, Buffalopagus, Steamy Bomber, everyone else here on the Twitch side. Thank you, BCP, Chumpy, No Hypocrisy, and Mark on the YouTube side, and all the others. But hey, I'm pretty tired. It's been over 9 hours. I gotta go. Hey, have a good one. I'll be seeing you around on Sunday. Well, of course, yes. That means don't have not only a wonderful day, but a fantastic weekend. Until next time, my friends, stay awesome. Ta-ta!